Tyson Fury, Floyd Mayweather, Canelo Alvarez. Just hearing these names makes you think money and the hundreds of millions of dollars, pounds or Saudi riyals in boxing. But that's at the top. At the bottom, it isn't quite the same. Even for those on the rise, there's not an awful lot of cash in the boxing world. And if you're just starting out, well, it can be a very costly exercise indeed. But don't take my word for it. Here's the former European champion talkSPORT's Spencer Oliver.
You're turning professional and you're boxing, let's say, York Hall on a non-televised fight. You have to sell tickets to earn any money, but you have to cover the wages of your opponent as well. So if you don't have the ability to be able to sell enough tickets, you effectively have to pay to fight.
A far cry then from Jake Paul facing Mike Tyson in 2024, when the purse was reported to be around £48 million. But the vast amounts of cash lining the top dog's pockets isn't the norm in a typical fight.
Let's say you're lucky and you get between 5 and 10 grand. You're going to get 10 grand max for that. 10% goes to the trainer, 25% goes to the manager. Then we've got the tax man to pay as well. So we're cutting that money in at least half. So now you've got 5 grand for a 10-week camp. So you're talking about a guy here earning, he might be clearing 500 quid a week. How do you support a family on that? So boxers chase the dream. And, you know, there's probably 2% of them that actually make it.
So say you do make it and you start to rise up the ranks. Strikers Boxing, a training academy, says the mid-tier fighters can earn more, somewhere between £10,000 and £50,000 a fight, depending on record, profile, opponent and popularity of weight class. It's only at the top level does the real cash start flowing in, with the top-tier professionals, i.e. those going for titles, earning 6 figures a fight. Something else you'll have heard of is the terms prize fighter or journeyman. A prize fighter is, as it sounds, someone who picks up fights where they can and gets a nice big check if they win. Journeymen are the fighters who take on up-and-comers, effectively used for experience in the ring. Even if they're going up against a real prospect, a young Anthony Joshua, for example, these guys will be lucky to earn more than 10 grand. So the average boxer isn't as rich as you'd think.
Tonight is not a chess match. Tonight is not a tactical masterclass. Tonight is 2 of the most devastating, most destructive, most ferocious punchers on the planet being locked in the same building and told to go to war. 2 British heavyweights, 2 absolute wrecking machines, 2 men whose fights almost never see the final bell. This isn't a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Get your drinks in, put the baby to bed, tell your neighbour to turn the telly down. This is Fight Night Live on talkSPORT. Don't blink.
Anyone can take anyone out with a single punch.
Man of the people, I'm a champion, people's champion.
This has all the potential to be one of the best heavyweight fights we've seen on these shores for a long time. Probably Lennox Lewis and Frank Bruno. Arguably the best fight since then.
The title of this, Don't Blink, is absolutely perfect.
We're all going to have an opinion, but none of us really know.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Wardley has brought Wardley down with the right hand. Fabio with a seismic shot. Dubois! tremendous right-hand counter.
Do not blink because you're going to be on the edge of your seat.
Woohoo! We are finally here. The big one, the one that you've all been waiting for, the heavyweight blockbuster between Fabio Wardley and Daniel Dubois. It is Fight Night Live from the Co-op Live Arena in Manchester. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure as always to be in your company. And also on these big nights, always alongside me, the one and only Mr. Gareth A. Davies. We've got a stellar team lined up for you tonight, let me tell you. As usual, on commentary this evening, we'll be bringing you the dulcet tones of Spencer Oliver and John Rawling. But we've got some World Championship class on the broadcast tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you, that's right. Two-weight world champion has been flown in stateside to Manchester. The one and only Magic Man himself, Mr. Paulie Malignaggi. We have got a hell of a team for a hell of a night. We've got a stacked card for you, but it is, Gareth, all about the cherry on top of the cake. The main event tonight, two of the very hardest hitters in the heavyweight division out there for our entertainment.
Absolutely. Welcome, everyone. Thank you, Adam, for that brilliant introduction tonight. It's already building here. We've got 5 fights to go in the arena, and people are coming to see two young heavyweights, almost in their prime. One, a destructive force in Fabio Wardley, can finish anyone at any point in a fight, no matter how far he is behind on the cards. And the ever-destructive, but ever-enigmatic Daniel Dubois, who has the chance at 28 tonight to become a two-weight world champion. I heard you earlier, and you were saying that you think this might burn later after 5 or 6 rounds. I feel the opposite. I think we'll get a feeling-out process that'll only be a few minutes long, and I think they will both head for Armageddon, for destruction with each other. And I really do feel it could go either way. At this juncture, I was backing Fabio Wardley to pull off the improbable again that he always seems capable of. But in the last 48 hours, looking at what Daniel Dubois is capable of, talking in depth with the two training teams, the competitive teams putting this together, I just think Daniel Dubois will hit Fabio more and harder than he's ever been hit before, and I think he'll finish it within the first half of the fight.
Paulie, that's the beauty of a fight like this, isn't it? When we can all sit here and all have different opinions on how we think that this might play out. With your expert eye on it, my friend, give me the keys to victory. What are you seeing?
Well, I'll tell you what. First of all, it's an excellent fight when it does go both ways in terms of the pundits and then the commentary and the opinions of the fans vary. Both guys are very explosive, and there's a little bit of mystery to the way their styles are going to gel tonight. So, you know, ultimately, I do think there's always a question about Dubois' character. What kind of character is he going to show up with? Is he going to be willing to, you know, be in the fire if it goes there? Because the fight could go in the fire, or it could be that somebody lands a big shot and the fight suddenly and dramatically just ends. So, you know, if that happens, then we don't get to see the character of Dubois tested. But if Wardley goes down, a lot of times, or it takes a big shot, we know that Wardley has shown that character. We know that Wardley has shown the ability to go through that fire. Now, the other question mark, can either guy take the other guy's power, or is it even going to matter? Well, if one guy lands a big shot, does this fight end? If it does not end, who shows more character? If it goes to the trenches, who shows more character? Does the fight go long enough to even go to those trenches? Well, Gareth doesn't think so. He thinks this fight's a quick one. Some people say that Wardley drags it late and, you know, takes Dubois to that place he doesn't want to be at. It's quite interesting. I think Dubois has to be the better boxer here. I don't know that he wants to be in that hellacious place that Wardley seems more comfortable being.
He doesn't know any different, though. He only comes forward and fights, so Fabio Wardley will always respond to that. If I can just put some context here as well, I've been with Paulie all day. We've got two southern fighters in Manchester for a record. You'll go into the crowd numbers, Adam. Record crowd up here tonight. I've been down memory lane with Paulie today. I've been very sad day. We've been to the Hatton Gym. We were at the Etihad Stadium, then the City of Manchester Stadium that Paulie fought Lovemore Nadu, and saw Ricky come out in his fat suit, as he did again when these two guys fought in America in the next fight. Paulie was saying that the feeling in Manchester, and this is why it's a great place to host this fight, this is a fight town, a music town, a Ricky Hatton town, a history of hard-working men that love their fight sports.
Interesting that you brought up obviously all that you've been on with today, because there's a tribute to Ricky Hatton coming up, isn't there, in the city on June the 7th. They're having a big night to celebrate his life and times, and we'll tell you a little bit more about that throughout the course of the night here on talkSPORT. But regarding records, you're right, tonight does set a record. It is the largest attended indoor fight event in UK history. We're expecting a sellout of 18,000 seats tonight. Obviously, it's the Co-op Live. There's more seats here than there is at the O2, so this exceeds anything that Anthony Joshua has done previously. Tonight will be the most viewed indoor event, and that is quite apt for the two lads that are throwing down tonight, Spence, because it is the heavyweight championship of the world. There is a little bit of extra spice when it is two heavyweights, and from our point of view, it's always extra special when there's two Brits doing it as well.
Absolutely, Adam, and this fight deserves that. You know, we've got two guys here who are in their primes. One of them is only 28 years of age, Daniel Dubois, believe it or not, and Fabio Wardley, only 31 years of age. So this is going to be explosive. You know, I don't think there is going to be a feeling out process, and I sort of agree with Paulie. I think Daniel has to establish his jab early. You know, it's got to be educated chaos from Daniel, because we know that's what Daniel likes. He's been explosive. I've seen him up close and personal, working in the gym. I know what the game plan is. They're not expecting to go in the second half of the fight. They're expecting it to be explosive. They're expecting it to be a shootout, but it has to be educated, and that's the purpose from the Daniel Dubois side. Wardley, as we know, he can go in the trenches. He's proven in the trenches. Very interesting. Also agree with Paulie on the whole 50-50, you know, flip a coin. This is a shootout, man. This is two guys that are very similar in styles.
Wardley's team as well, I can assure you. I've been talking to Lee Wiley and Ben Davison, Barry Smith, behind the scenes. They aren't looking at a late fight either. They aren't looking to sit back. They
so
think
are
it's
you
a
boys
myth.
telling me that we're getting Hagler Hearn's heavyweight division? Is that what we're getting?
Exactly. They don't think, they think it's a myth that Daniel fades. They believe that they need to put it on him early. These two guys are going to go at it. Listen, we could be boxing, you expect the unexpected. Who knows, they could go 12 rounds. But both men are going in terms of what their teams are saying, for a shootout.
I think what Team Wardley is actually relying on here is that there's that question mark over Daniel, over his character. Can he get down in the trenches? Can he do it when he gets tough? We saw it against Kevin Lorena. He went down a couple of times. The only time really we see him get back up and win a contest. But he went down there without being hit, and there was big question marks over, you know, his character, let's say. So that's where they want to take him. They want to take him there early. They want to put it on him. They don't want to get him to any rhythm. You know, that's what they said. Like, so Ben Davison was saying, listen, we are dragging him into a fight straight away. I spoke to Tony Pill, who's Team Dubois, about 10 minutes ago, and said, what are you expecting? He said a shootout from round one. That's what Daniel's expecting. There's no feeling out process here, boys. I'll be amazed if we hear the bell for round number 7.
I got slightly distracted as you were talking there, my friend, because over your shoulder was a certain Moses Atauma, who is in attendance this evening, maybe in wake of the victor of tonight's contest. Here's one for you, Gareth, to get stuck into the weeds of this, because obviously Fabio Wardley has picked up the WBO belt, which was vacated by Alexander Usyk. We know that he's the king of the division, so therefore that trinket came available, and he fought for it. An interim version of it, and he's been upgraded. He never got the opportunity to hear and knew in the ring. Is tonight for him about validating his status as a world champion?
Yeah, and he's up against a genuine guy who's won a world title, who is a world-class puncher. There are question marks about Daniel, as Spencer just elucidated, in 4 of his career fights. The 2 Usyk fights, and the Joe Joyce fight and the fight just mentioned. There are question marks about his mentality. What happens to Fabio Wardley tonight is, if he wins, and he wins convincingly, and he breaks Daniel Dubois and he stops him, he moves into that position, if he isn't there already, right behind Alexander Usyk, and maybe ahead of Moses Atauma. Moses Atauma is being avoided right now by Fabio Wardley, in my view, but maybe not if it comes through Daniel Dubois.
Paulie, I want to bring you in because I want your expertise on this, because you've been there and done it and got the T-shirt, my man. Fabio Wardley has chosen Daniel Dubois tonight as a voluntary defence, and therefore we were talking about validation as a world champion. He doesn't feel like he has been validated yet. He's searching for something still. Do you think that makes him more dangerous, or do you think it makes him vulnerable that he's still searching for something in this division?
I don't know if it makes him dangerous or vulnerable. I'll tell you what it makes him. It makes him want to, it shows his grit, determination to be included among the big boys on the world stage. He doesn't want to just be handed this title. Daniel Dubois challenged Alexander Usyk twice. The first time he actually gave Usyk some pretty good trouble. So, you know, he's also a former heavyweight champion. He's got you know, good wins over guys like Filip Ergovic, AJ, Jarrell Miller. So this is a legitimate guy who he wants to put on his resume. As a champion, you validate yourself by defending against worthy opponents. Dubois may not be the best guy in the heavyweight division, but he's a bona fide top 10 puncher, destructive guy, and a guy who's gotten results against some of the best fighters in the world. Yes, he's come up short against Usyk. However, if you're able to beat Dubois tonight, your performance will be compared to the way Usyk beat him, and therefore you'll be in that conversation with the very elite of this weight class.
What version of Daniel Dubois, Gareth, do we get tonight, do you think?
I think we get a guy that has to have discipline, structure and dedication. That's been the three watchwords. There's been no raves and parties ahead of this one. Obviously, he had the gatherings, they're called, the ritualistic gatherings at the house in Essex before the Joshua fight, which they looked like geniuses over, and then they were pilloried and discriminated against, I think. It's up to him what he does before a fight, before he fought Alexander Usyk. We get the Daniel Dubois tonight, who, and to add to what Paulie and Spencer Oliver have said, he'll start behind his jab, he's got a good left hook, he's got a booming right hand, he hits as hard as anyone on the planet right now. He'll start with his boxing, he's a little flat-footed, he's not the fastest mover in the world, but what he will do is try and explode on Fabio Wardley, who in the first fight with Fraser Clark is very hittable. So that's what they'll have been working on up at the farm.
So Gareth, a 3D Daniel Dubois, you're saying discipline, destruction, and dedication. A 3D version of Daniel Dubois.
With the dynamite to bring it with it.
Coming in from all angles. Spencer, what have you made of the demeanours of both of these gentlemen this week? Obviously, there's a lot been made of interviews and talking. You and Paulie have been there in these particular moments, being asked to do certain media obligations in the build-up to the week. I know it comes as part of the territory, but there is a point in the week where you just want to throw down and fight, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. For both of these guys, I think, you know, it's an interesting one because Fabio Wardley's always been the guy that's been the underdog, chasing, you know, causing the upset, putting himself in that position. Now he finds himself as the guy with the target on his back. Now he's the man. Now Paulie would tell you this, like, you know, when you're chasing a dream, you're chasing a title, and you're questioning yourself every time you go in there. Am I good enough? You know, I think I'm good enough, but am I good enough? Now he knows he's good enough. That will elevate him to another level. Now he is the world champion. So he's coming in here oozing with confidence. He's had that aura around him all week. You know, he's been relaxed, he's been talking very well. You can just feel there's a nice calm around him. For Daniel Dubois, he's been a little bit more edgy, keeps talking about wanting to pull him into a dogfight, wanting to turn things around. The difference here with Daniel Dubois is he's very unique as a character. He's very different to any other boxer. So we don't know what Daniel Dubois we're going to get. If we get the Daniel Dubois that had done the ring walk, the gladiator, you know, gladiatorial ring walk against Anthony Joshua, we've got a serious fight on our hands. If we get the Daniel Dubois that walks in against Alexander Usyk, you know, with his eyes twitching around a little bit and not looking really comfortable in that space, then it's a different conversation again. But we don't know that, and I think until we see that ring walk, we won't know what Daniel Dubois is going to turn up. And coming off the back of the loss to Alexander Usyk as well, he says it hasn't affected him. Again, we won't know until the bell rings.
The diverse characters we have here certainly adds to the intrigue. Daniel Dubois is never going to change. He's become a father, and that's changed him slightly. But you aren't going to squeeze a deep philosophical conversation out of him, ever, because he's not built that way. Fabio Wardley has a gentle tone and is a communicative man. They are both, that's what's so intriguing about this. We are looking at two modern gladiators. Heavyweight boxing is about knockouts. It's a different, I respect both my colleagues on the left. They were both great fighters, brilliant fighters in some ways. But heavyweight boxing is different from the rest. Fabio Wardley has escaped with victory in a couple of fights, if I can use that term. And Daniel Dubois has escaped with a broken mentality to this point in his career. There are so many things that intrigue us tonight. We can't be sure about what's going to happen, and that's the greatest thing about this fight.
No, absolutely. Well, that's the cherry on top of the cake. The heavyweight title on the line from the WBO as Fabio Wardley and Daniel Dubois throw down for us in our main event. We've also got a fantastic co-main featuring Jack Rafferty taking on Echo Usman. Bradley Ray gets a date with Liam Cameron, and in a moment or two we've got David Morell on this card against Zach Chelli. And David Morell's one of those fighters maybe British fight fans aren't too familiar with, but he is a guy that has been climbing and climbing and climbing. A couple of weeks ago he had a fight booked with Callum Smith. That fell off, which we're all absolutely gutted about, because what a fight that would have been in this division. But I'm delighted that David's got himself an opportunity to get himself some workout tonight. Yes, it's against Zach Chelli. He's about to make his ring walk in a moment or two, but what a bit of a coup for us here in the UK to get someone like David Morell on as part of this supporting cast tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Ring Magazine that he's the number 6 light heavyweight, 175-pound fighter in the world. He hasn't been the most active fighter in a 7-year career, but the fights that stand out, obviously he knocked David Benavidez down and went the distance with Benavidez in an extraordinary fight, showed his pedigree, and now we know, look at what Benavidez has done in terms of Zurdo Ramirez, all the way from super middleweight all the way up to cruiserweight. We're now talking about him potentially having a heavyweight fight, and lots of guys out there, people like Usyk, are saying, do it now, brother, do it now. Morell is a treat tonight. Zach Chelli's got his work cut out.
How good is David Morell, Paulie?
I think he's very good. As a matter of fact, looking at these rankings, I would probably put him ahead of Yard at this point. Yard may be a bit shop-worn. You know, I would put Morell ahead of him there. Morell, you know, with that amateur pedigree from Cuba, always has, those kind of fighters always have a little bit of an advantage there. They can be a bit underrated because they move on into the elite without a big professional record. They're able to move their careers quickly. Has a lot of the subtleties, the southpaw stance, can punch a bit, can box. I've seen Zach Chelli early in his career. I remember when he was signed to boxing. He's a pretty good fighter. It'll be interesting. It'll be an interesting fight. Obviously, he's never stepped up to this level, but I'm curious to see how Morell handles a guy like this, because Chelli is usually a pretty sturdy guy.
Yeah, listen, absolutely, and what an opportunity for him as well. He's obviously answered the call and he's stepping up against a top guy. It's a difficult division, this one, isn't it, Paulie? Because we've got two standout fellas at the top that are just so, this is just my personal opinion, that are so far ahead of everybody else. Everybody else is kind of fighting to be the best of the rest, aren't they?
Yeah, you know, I felt Benavidez mowed through Yard pretty easily, but I felt like the fight with Morell was, you know, decently competitive in some rounds. So I think Morell has probably the best chance of competing at least around those guys. I don't know, obviously we know he didn't beat Benavidez, but competing. But
do you anticipate Benavidez to come back down?
I think
you
so.
think he comes back down?
I think he comes back down. But that guy Katiev is also pretty rough.
Yeah.
Katiev gave Morell a very, very tough fight. That guy also isn't talked about enough for me.
Yeah, absolutely. On top of that, like I said, we've got Bradley Ray coming up, local boy taking on Liam Cameron, and we've got Jack Rafferty and Echo Usman. Zach Chelli just making his way to the ring in the background there. Just a little bit of housekeeping for you. We are on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, so if you are listening to us in the car, or maybe you've got us on in the kitchen, you're having a little bit of a dinner party, whatever it is this evening, just wanting to keep up to date with everything that's going on with the boxing, listen, keep us on the radio, that's no problem whatsoever. But Gareth A. Davis has got himself a new shirt and a new tab. He's just been on his holidays, he's just come back in, he's looking absolutely pristine, 10 years younger than when he actually set off. I think he's had a little bit of work done, but he's looking good. So I would advise you to come and join us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel to come and to see him in all his glory.
And also, I've had the company of Paulie Malignaggi all day, who makes you feel youthful, because at 45, he's fighting in Manchester in a week's time for a bare-knuckle world title that's also on the Boxing YouTube channel.
Don't you worry, I've got a special section in the programme a little bit later on to discuss that with Mr. Malignaggi, because he is back in Manchester, he is throwing down next Saturday night, and as Gareth pointed out, that will be available for you on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. David Morell just making his way towards the ring. Listen, I'm slightly disappointed a couple of weeks ago when the fight with Callum Smith fell off. The noise obviously in and around Callum is going to be a little bit of time as his brother just sits down in front of us, Paul Smith, part of the talkSPORT team. Hopefully we can get Callum back in the ring sometime soon, because I'd love to see that match up with David. And weirdly, I just favour Morell in that fight. It's a very, very tough fight for Callum. I agree with Paulie.
that Morell is... Look at him enjoying himself in there tonight. Chelli looks a little bit tense. It's brilliant when these guys come over. He's destined for cruiserweight. He's a 6-foot southpaw. He's a Cuban, brilliant fighter. Osvaldo David Morell Gutierrez Jr.
Look at that, we've only been on air 20 minutes and he's already rolling the R's and giving us a bit of Spanish. Let's get into the ring for the introductions of these two fights in the first night tonight on talkSPORT.
Frank Warren for Queensberry, in association with Platform Sport and Warriors Boxing, along with their great sponsors. Mr. Q Casino, That Prize Guy, Global Next Trade, Flexi Mize, Riyadh Season, and Vow Nutrition. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Suzanne Potts, Timekeeper Chris Hancock. The judges are Michael Alexander, Howard Foster, and John Latham. Our referee in charge will be Darren Sargentson. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing green with red and weighed in officially at 177.1 pounds. Coming to us from Fulham, London, England, he brings a professional record consisting of 16 wins, 3 defeats, 1 draw. 8 of his 16 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former British, English, and Commonwealth champion, Zach Chelli! And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black and white and weighed in officially at 176.1 pounds. Hailing from Santa Clara, Cuba, he has a professional record of 12 wins, just 1 defeat. 9 of his 12 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the former 2-weight and 2-time champion of the world, David Morell!
Gents, I spoke to you both in the dressing room. You know what to expect. Nothing low. Watch your heads. When I say break, take a step back. Most importantly, defend yourself at all times. Best of luck, lads.
There you go. Final instructions for the first fight of the night here on talkSPORT. Little reminder, we're on talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as well as we build up towards Fabio, Wardley and Daniel Dubois. Calling you through the first fight of the night, the illustrious commentary team. Every single time they nail it. And they're going to nail it again tonight. Here's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Good evening, Adam. Good evening, everybody. And I have to say that David Morell looked so relaxed during those introductions, and then they were drawn face to face by the referee. And in contrast, Zach Chelli, for him, this represents a step up in class. And I think he's heading for what could be a very difficult night indeed against the 6'1" southpaw from Cuba.
Yep, 2-weight world champion David Morell. This game is all about levels, and Morell obviously has operated at that top level. And for Zach Chelli, this is a huge step up and a huge ask.
Morell's only defeat against David Benavidez, and he very much hopes that he's going to be able to get a rematch at some stage in the future. Whether that happens, time will tell. And of course, he's hoping as well that challenge against Callum Smith, who suffered a training injury in the run-up to this, the WBO interim world light heavyweight champion, hoping that he will get a shot at him as well. But in the meantime, Zach Chelli gets his opportunity, and if he were able to pull this off, nothing of note happening in the early seconds, early minute and a half of this opening round, it would represent a massive upset.
David Morell just landed a good left uppercut on the inside, boxing out the southpaw, starts just holding centre of the ring, flicks out the jab, falls a little bit short with that one. Zach Chelli pushed back onto the back foot, but Yep, tentative start from both of these guys here, but the better start probably coming from David Morell.
Better boxing skills, hasn't he? And like so many Cubans, fights out of the southpaw stance, and Chelli just looking to get some sort of tangible success in the early stages here to establish himself in the fight, and he's not landed anything of note so far. There's a good left hand from Morell, missed with a swinging right hand lead following up from that, and he's at the moment dictating terms from centre ring. That's better from Chelli, lands a right hand.
Yep, needed that, Zach Chelli, because Morell was just starting to get a little rhythm around his work. Boxing, as John Rawling said, out of that southpaw style, finding the range early with that right hand, and the right hook just landed there as well. Dangerous shot there from Morell, who looks very sharp here in the opening of this first round with 23 seconds to go. For me, David Morell has maybe just done enough.
Yep, I think so, and he's showing superior hand speed and accuracy, and is by and large commanding centre ring here as we move into the last 10 seconds of the opening round. It's Morell on the front foot. Back comes a right-hand counter from Chelli, but Morell saw it coming, was able to ride the punch, and that's a clear opening round for the Cuban.
Yeah, great start there from David Morell. He was pushing forward, found his range with that southpaw jab, started finding the range with the left hand as well. Got a nice left uppercut on the inside, but Zach Chelli, to be fair, held himself quite well, landed some shots of his own. Chelli taking the instructions from his father in the corner, sitting down in that red corner, looking across the ring at David Morell, a two-time world champion, standing on his feet, taking in the instructions in this packed-out co-op arena.
Yep, some 18,000 people are going to be in here by the time the main event starts, sometime around about 10 o'clock. That's going to be Fabio Wardley, and coming against him in the big WBO title fight, Fabio Wardley, the champion, against Daniel Dubois. David Morell now against Zach Chelli, and Morell clearly, for me, taking that opening round.
Yeah, good positive start from David Morell, who starts his second round. Again, finding the range with that jab, takes the centre of the ring. Just swings Zach Chelli around, but Chelli really needs to start establishing the jab himself here and getting off with some shots. He can't allow Morell to slip into this rhythm, and he has done that at the beginning of this second round.
Don't forget, you can watch tonight's action live only on DAZN. Head over to DAZN.com/boxing so you don't miss a thing. And of course, you can watch along with us ringside here in the arena. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now to get involved. This is our main fight of the night. Coming up later, Wardley against Dubois. The bookies can't split them, the experts can't split them, and I think we're all agreed that whoever lands first, whoever dictates, it's going to be a close one, and it's going to be dramatic as long as it lasts. It was a good right hand there, incidentally, landed by Zach Chelli.
Yep, there was, and just moments before that, there was a good left hand landed from David Morell. Chelli comes with a right hand and swings a left hook over as well. Morell covers up, holding centre of the ring again. Good solid look around David Morell here, and maybe a good time to bring in two-weight world champion Paulie Malignaggi. Get your views on this one, Paulie. Interesting start to this contest.
Interesting start. I see Morell in the first round was playing with distance a little bit. He was sliding in and out of range, picking Chelli off and trying to confuse him with that smoother boxing. In this round, he's holding his ground a little bit more, trying to slip from where he's at and counter right from where he's at. It's also why he's blocking on the gloves, trying to hold position and trying to put that mental stress on Chelli. You see, when Chelli fires, it's not Morell sliding back anymore. He's holding his position, trying to block or catch on the arms and fire back. And that creates a little bit of mental stress on Chelli, who now cannot get the bigger man off him. Remember, Chelli, most of his career fought at super middleweight.
Morell and Chelli clasp hold of each other, centre ring, and the action now underway once again. Morell perhaps slightly with a reach advantage, fighting out of the southpaw stance, leading off with the right hand, looking to walk Chelli down. Chelli having a quiet opener. Morell clearly taking the opening round. Here in the second, though, maybe Chelli having a little bit more of the action. 15 seconds to go in this second. Can Chelli find something special to catch the judge's eyes? Misses with a wild-looking right hand, and he needs a bit better than that.
Yeah, both guys trading blow for blow just as the bell goes there. Chelli was starting to throw some good shots, and David Morell up in the corner, in that blue corner, dancing, very pleased with himself. He seems to have warmed into this one now, and he looked very dangerous there. Paulie, I'll bring you in again here. He looked very dangerous at the end of that round there. He started trading with Chelli, punching when Chelli was punching, and I think that's where Chelli's in the danger zone.
Yeah, well, you know, that's when Chelli's in the danger zone, because Morell punches the shorter, tighter punches, and he catches and shoots on the inside. He blocks a lot of Chelli's attack. Chelli's a little bit wider with his attack. So Morell holding his ground made Chelli feel like, okay, I can touch him, I can hit him. But Morell holding his ground also allowed Morell to be able to catch and counter very well in that round. A lot of those exchanges were although there was touches by Chelli, Morell was touching in the more vital areas. He was getting through. He was tighter with the punches, more accurate, and getting through, as opposed to Chelli catching a lot of arms and gloves.
2 rounds completed in this light heavyweight battle. David Morell from Cuba against the Fulham man from London, Chelli. And not a lot between them so far, although Morell may be just about edging it and possibly taking the first 2 rounds, at least on my card. Would you agree?
Yeah, totally agree with that, John. I think that Morell has looked the sharper of the two, and Healy's the one that looks like he's going through the gears. Chelli trying to figure a way out, trying to work it out, holding the left hand out. Just whipped in a nice right uppercut there. Blocked well, though, from Morell, but Chelli again comes with a right hand, left hook. Better start to the 3rd round here from Chelli.
If Chelli were able to win this one, he would really find a way through into big money fights, and he'd be the one looking perhaps to move up to world level. He's got losses on his record against Callum Simpson, Mark Jeffers, Cody Davis, a draw against Jack Cullen. David Morell, very much a different level, with all due respect to those fighters, and he'll be looking to produce something emphatic to emphasise that he's going to be in world title contention again before very long.
Yep, you would expect. He's a huge favourite here, David Morell. Chelli only ever boxed at British and Commonwealth sort of level. Morell has been a world-class operator as an amateur, 2-time world champion as a pro as well. Good right hand goes through there. Chelli just falls back.
Won a gold medal in the World Youth Championships back in 2016, Morell. Tournament held in St. Petersburg in Russia. And as a pro, he's been a pro since 2019, only had 13 pro outings in that time, but he's shown himself to be a very, very capable operator indeed. The tall southpaw, bowing, dipping this way and that, waiting for Chelli to commit himself. So many of these Cuban boxers are essentially counter-punchers. Is Morell going to show himself to be of the same ilk?
Yeah, well, that's sort of what he's been doing here in this 3rd round. Hands down by his waist, slipping, sliding, looking very elusive and trying to create an opening, set a trap here with Chelli. It's been a good round here from Morell. But as we say, he has operated at a high level. Inactivity has been a problem throughout his career, and that's because he's the chairman of the Who Needs Him, Who Wants Him club.
There was a good right hand in there from Chelli off the back foot, found the jaw of Morell, who takes it well. 20 seconds remaining in this 3rd round, and a little bit of encouragement for Chelli. We're going to be going into the Morell corner at the end of the round. Gareth Davis is a fluent Spanish speaker, and I think that the instructions in that corner are going to be in the Spanish tongue, and so I'll be relying on Gareth to tell us exactly what's being said there. Go on, Gareth, take it away.
Well, it's Cuban. It's obviously Cuban Spanish, so Ismael Salas, who we know very well, is in there with him.
El secreto que yo veo aquí es que tú tienes que estar lejos de él. Siempre que tú te mantengas lejos, él no te va a tocar. Porque él se tiene que girar para poder tocar. Gente quiere coger con un golpe de ese lado, no te puede dar.
Well, I can barely hear him, so the answer is not a flaming clue.
I heard a little bit there, Garrett. He was talking about keeping a little bit of a distance. The rest of it, yeah, a little lejo is distance. He was basically saying, you know, maintain a little bit of a distance. I think maybe he didn't want him to engage.
But after that, we didn't have a clue what he was saying. Come on, be honest.
But no. Also, the music is blasting between rounds here. But I'll tell you what, I think maybe Ismael Salas doesn't want him to engage in too much physicality with Chelli, because that's Chelli's only chance.
Well, let's see if Chelli can do that. Can he make this more of a brawl than it's been so far? Because the boxing skills of Morell have prevailed in the first 3 rounds, and I give it 3 rounds to 0, and the pattern is continuing in the 4th with the long southpaw lead of Morell picking up points, and Chelli not so far really, apart from the occasional pot shot, able to find anything worthwhile.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the instructions for Morell in that corner was control the space. You control the space and everything comes into sync. You find your distance, you find your range, you find your speed, you find your power. It all slots in. And I think that's what they were saying there to Morell. Just control that space. Keep him under pressure, whether he's on the front foot and whether he's on the back foot. And right now, Zach Chelli's on the back foot because Morell is starting to turn the screw here in round number 4.
Chelli did get in with a right-hand counter, though, while you're explaining that, and only just missed with a follow-up left hook. There's another right-hand lead off the back foot by Chelli, this time falling short of the mark. Zach Chelli, 28 years old, stands a similar height to Morell, although Morell maybe fights a little bit taller, and with that mop of curly hair, he does look the bigger man in there. Midway through the 4th round.
Yeah, he certainly does. It's a weight that he's been at and been comfortable at, been world champion at here, Morell. Zach Chelli, as I say, big step up in class for him, but it's a huge opportunity, and he fancied it. I spoke to him earlier in the week. It was something, he liked the challenge, he fancied the challenge, and to be fair, he's conducted himself well here, John. He's not winning these rounds, but he's being competitive.
Well, he's got nothing to lose, has he? Not too many people expect him to be victorious here. He was a massive odds-on favourite, David Morell, who lands a solid right hand into the body and then bullies Chelli back across the ring onto the ropes, and referee Darren Sargentson splits them. Another right-hand lead from Morell, and Chelli just struggling to find real timing in his punches.
Yeah, that's the difference right now, is the timing, and I think that's where Morell's winning this one. Paulie, if I can bring you back in again here, what does Zach Chelli have to do? What would your advice be to him in the corner? Is it a case of starting to roll the dice a little bit now, trying to take that gamble? Because what he's doing right now just doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, Chelli's either all in or all out, and there's no mid-range of fighting ability here. I'd say he's got to use the jab a little bit. I know Morell is a southpaw, but you got to use the jab a little bit. Chelli only uses the jab when he wants to follow with a right hand and hook. He doesn't understand that he can use the jab here at this middle range distance when they're staring at each other, just like he just did a second ago. You got to try to control a little bit of that middle space and not just either be all in with 4 punches trying to land them against Morell, who's very elusive, or the opposite, just wait and let Morell get off first. That covering that mid space with the jab is very important.
I've got it 4 rounds up now for Morell. Looks as though he's controlling this, and meanwhile on the big screen above the ring we see Daniel Dubois arriving in the arena. He'll have plenty of support here, I'm sure, although the popular favourite is the very communicative and popular man from Ipswich, Fabio Wardley.
Yeah, what a fight we've got coming up later on, a real 50-50, probably the best fight in heavyweight boxing today. Stylistically, it's going to be explosive. Sell-out crowd here of over 18,000 at the Co-op Live Arena up in Manchester, because they know what they're in for, and they're getting a little treat here as well. Great Cuban, 2-time world champion David Morell, and he's winning things at the moment.
Into the 5th round of this 10-rounder at light heavy, and I've got Morell 4 rounds to 0 ahead in this contest so far. He's not really put Chelli in big trouble, he's just doing enough to outbox him, and there again, landing from range with that southpaw long right-hand lead, and Chelli can do no more than just cover up and reset himself and wait for an opportunity to counter. He's looking for that big big right hand all the time, but he's not finding it often enough to win these rounds.
Yeah, I agree with that, John. I think, you know, that's a little bit desperate, looking for the big right hand against the southpaw. That is the shot to throw, but you need to follow up with something. You need to be a little bit more creative than just the right hand against a class act like David Morell, who holds centre of the ring, again, working behind that southpaw jab. Just goes over the lead hand there of Chelli. Chelli comes back with a good one to himself, though.
Yeah, right hand, followed by the left hook. Morell, solid body shot, left hand, feints to throw the right hand lead. There's a good punch from Chelli, maybe his best of the fight so far. Solid right hand, right down the tube, and Morell was made to blink by that one. Chelli's best work of the fight, but only the one shot. There's another one, though, and he's having more success here in the fifth.
Yep, that was a massive right hand straight down the pipe, as you said, John, and it sent the sweat spraying from Morell's head. Morell comes back with a big left hand of his own, though. He doesn't look happy with that. He had a bad little lapse there. Good right uppercut on the inside as well, followed by left uppercut. Good work here from Morell.
Yeah, and it's maybe what the fight needed. I think the crowd wanted to see a bit more X-rated action, wanted to see the punches really start to flow from both sides, and that solid right hand from Chelli really got the attention of Morell, and he seems to have refocused. Misses with a big left hand cross, and Chelli gets in close, pushes Morell back onto the ropes. Referee says to the two guys, come on, work away from that clinch, and Morell is first to reset and throws that jab again.
Yep, 40 seconds left of round number 5, and it's been another round that David Morell is winning. But Zach Chelli has been very competitive in. He's starting to find the range a little bit himself. A little bit of frustration there from David Morell as well. Drops his hands down by his side. Nod of appreciation to Chelli, who had a good little spell.
Maybe a nod of appreciation, maybe a bit of kidology, as much as to say, yeah, you've got in there with a couple of right hands, let's see you do it again. And of course, when Chelli does unload and get into the aggressive mode, it maybe provides more openings for David Morell. And there's a right hand from Chelli again, out of the corner on the far side of the ring. Morell tries to walk him down, but that's a better round from Zach Chelli. Let's have a word with Adam and Gareth and see how they're seeing it.
I think Zach's been competitive in every round. I think he's had little pockets. I don't think he's doing enough to win these rounds, but he's having those little pockets where he's just keeping David Morell honest. And if he can put those combinations together and just extend the amount of success he's having, you never know. He just might ask a few questions here.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back on Morell's last fight as well against the unbeaten Esman, he was down in the 5th round. Zach Chelli, I was discussing it with Wardley just now. If nothing else, he's always been a tenacious fighter, and he believes in his physical strength. That right hand down the pipe last round was a fantastic punch. And, you know, for you guys that have been involved in boxing, when you're clearly a couple of levels below a guy, this is a massive opportunity. He's stepping in here, and he can really make a name for himself.
A reminder that you can watch along with us ringside here at the Co-op Live Arena in Manchester. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now to get involved, and watch out for the big one later on, Wardley against Dubois, live on the home of boxing, talkSPORT. Meanwhile, here the light heavyweight battle between David Morell and Zach Chelli. That was Chelli's best round, that last one, I thought. Spencer, is there an argument he did enough to win it?
I don't think he done enough to win it, but he was very competitive in it, and he found the range with that backhand, and that's what he has to do. And just as I say that, double backhand comes in from David Morell that sends Zach Chelli on the back foot. Chelli willing to gamble here and roll the dice a little bit, but Morell starting to sit down on his shots now. Maybe the corner have had a word with him and say, listen, time to pick it up, son. We need to make a statement here.
Chelli staggered back when caught by one of those left hands. I don't think it was the power so much as the fact that he was squared up and a little bit off balance. Tries to gamble on another big right hand. There's been a clash of heads in there, and the referee has a word, says, come on, both guys, watch the heads. Let's not see cuts as a result of that. But Chelli came in a little bit recklessly, and Morell technically so good He's able to find the counter punches, but there's a good right hand again from Chelli, and he's getting more success from that right flank.
Yeah, he certainly is, John, when he's holding his ground and putting Morell on the back foot. He is getting more success. He wings the right hand in full short, comes back with a left hook that's short as well. What he needs to do is he needs to move his feet into range before letting his hands go. He's overreaching with the shots, and that's allowing Morell to come back and counter.
Chelli not really a big one-punch knockout artist, but he's trying to give himself every opportunity here in this 6th round. We're into the second half of the fight now. It's a 10-rounder at light heavy. David Morell, the Cuban based in Minneapolis in the United States, is clearly in front on the judges' cards right now. Malcolm Alexander, Howard Foster, John Latham are the 3 wise men who will officiate so far as points are concerned if it goes the distance. But I don't think there can be any doubt right now that Morell is significantly in front, and Chelli needs a run of good rounds.
Yep, round number 6, 25 seconds to go, and it's another round for David Morell. But listen, look, you can't argue that Zach Chelli's been competitive in this one as he lets the left hook go and switches the attack to the body there as well. It's been impressive really from Chelli, and maybe a little underwhelming from David Morell on this performance, maybe expecting a bit more. Can he turn the screw? Do we see a little bit more? A little bit one-paced at the moment.
Paulie Malignaggi also watching with us here at ringside. Are you a little bit underwhelmed by David Morell?
No, I'm not surprised. I tell you, I don't think Zach Chelli's ever been stopped, guys. If I'm correct, you know. And again, I called some of Chelli's early career fights when he was with Boxer, and I tell you, he was always a guy who was in very good shape. Physically, he was a guy who was tenacious, decent skills. He's going to be one of those guys that maybe fails at world-class level, but is tough to stop. And this opportunity here, if he looks good, even in defeat, which I think, right now I say he's behind, but he's performing, what's the word I'm looking for? With courage and with credibility. Yeah, with credibility. Thanks, Spencer. I'd say if he's performing with some credibility, that even in losing a decision here, if he keeps going the way he's going, I think it'll allow him to get some other opportunities at world-class level.
Callum Smith watching on at ringside, Spencer, and he's not going to be frightened, I don't think, in any way by what he's seeing.
No, he's not. He's going to, I think everybody likes that opportunity. Look, David Morell is a guy who's proven at world level. He's, 2-time world champion. He's only had 13 contests. He's inactivities because people don't really want to fight him. You look at Benavidez and what he just done to Ramirez and that performance that he put in. This guy lost to him on points, and he had Benavidez on the floor as well. We're talking elite level here, but Paulie nailed it when he says Zach Chelli, because he's only boxed at British and Commonwealth level and he hasn't gone out of there, doesn't mean he can't compete with a higher level, and he's conducting himself in a good manner. If anything, it's a moral victory so far for Zach Chelli.
We're just coming up to the completion of the opening minute of the 7th round of this 10-rounder. First of our big fights tonight on talkSPORT, bringing you the build-up to our main event, that fascinating world heavyweight title contest between Fabio Wardley and Daniel Dubois. Stay with us. There's another right hand from Chelli, finding the mark, but Morell saw it coming and takes it well. In this heavyweight contest, one of the most fascinating, I think, certainly between 2 British fighters that we've seen in many a move.
Yep, stylistically, we have an absolute barnstormer in store. That's later on, but right now we've got a great little light heavyweight contest. World-class David Morell and Zach Chelli. Zach Chelli landed a good right hand. Morell comes through with a left hand straight down the pipe, and the response, Zach Chelli straight back to the centre of the ring.
Didn't he take it well, though? That underlines what Paulie Malignaggi was saying about how he's durable and got a really good chin, Zach Chelli. He took that one and took it really well.
He certainly did, and he's the guy that's in the centre of the ring. He's the guy pushing forward. He's the guy trying to be creative right now. He's showing a lot of character in there, Zach Chelli. Yes, he's losing the rounds, but for me, he's coming out victorious because he's showing that he can compete at this sort of level.
Tries to flick out the left-hand lead, and good head movement from Morell, moving left and right and making him miss with 3 attempted punches. And Chelli now up on his toes, trying to move backwards and forwards, looking to feint, and moves in behind the left-hand lead, right to the body, and he's picked off with a good back counter shot from Morell. Into the final 20 seconds of this 7th round.
Yeah, Morell now just stalking forward, holding his hands up, trying to draw Zach Chelli in, trying to set the chap that he can counterpunch. But what a spell here from Zach Chelli, who surprises David Morell with a barrage of punches.
Yeah, real bravery from Chelli in the latter stages of this round, and maybe doing enough to take it. He's really carried the fight to Morell in that round, given it a great effort, and I'm sure that his father, his trainer in that ring, is going to be delighted with what's happening. We'll maybe hear from him a little bit later. What do you reckon about how this is going, Spencer?
Yeah, well, you know what? It's been like very competitive rounds, but for me, David Morell has been winning those rounds. But that round there, Zach Chelli, for me, done enough. The last 10-15 seconds, a good burst of punches, flurry of punches that caught Morell on the off. But that was not just that won him the round, it was competitive up until then. Paulie, I'll bring you in on this one. Chelli round maybe, does he build on that now, you know, with the last quarter of the fight to go? This is now his opportunity, this is what he needs to build on.
Yeah, you know what, he may have stolen it at the end of the round. It was competitive over the course of the round. You know, the subtle things Morell does sometimes carry the round. Different looks, he changes heights, he changes levels, he changes the look, and it forces a little bit of confusion out of Chelli, and sometimes Chelli backs up without Morell having to punch, and then Morell will put in a couple little pot shots, a couple little shots. Sometimes when Morell tries too hard to knock out Chelli, at this point you're not going to knock out Chelli, you're just going to try to win the rounds and look good. When Morell tries too hard, holds his ground, now Chelli's starting to throw that right hand down the middle. Early on he thought he was too wide with the shots, mixing the combinations well, throwing the right hand down the middle. It allowed him to land a combination at the end of the round, and I thought that may have stolen it for Chelli.
Maybe so, but he's surely behind on the cards. We're into the 8th, and at very least I think Chelli has got to win the last 3 here if he's going to have a chance of even getting a share of the spoils.
Yeah, I think we find ourselves in a situation where Chelli maybe needs a knockout, and I tell you what, he just landed a left hook there. Morell trying to push forward and look for something big himself, but yeah, this is where Chelli now needs to mix fire with fire, takes a right hook there, and just a little stumble from Chelli.
Chelli is going to look to try and rally and try and meet fire with everything that Morell throws at him. Morell just a little bit hesitant, mounting an attack now. Right hand lead. Chelli sees it easily and is able to slip inside, and he's now onto the back foot, waiting for Morell to commit himself, and throws a right hand counter again. It's the straight shot down the middle. Didn't land a clean contact this time, but he's had some success with that right hand in the second half of this fight. There's another one. This time Morell saw it coming and was able to get onto the back foot and skip away out of harm's range.
Yeah, that's better from Zach Chelli. He drills that right hand through the middle. Needs to follow up though. Needs to come with phase 1, phase 2. We need to see that Morell just standing in front of Chelli, hands held high, looking to counter punch himself. Just tries to create the space there, Morell as well.
Good right to the body from Morell. Chelli keeping his gloves up high, waiting for Morell to commit himself all the time, looking for that right hand, which he reckons is going to be the key if he's going to find something explosive to turn this around. Aims a huge right hand there, but it whistled through thin air past the nose of David Morell, who covers up and then throws a left-hand counter as he gets inside an attempted left hook from Chelli. Chelli pouring out with the left-hand lead, waiting for Morell, then throws a right into the body. No great power on that. Morell lands a right of his own to the body. There's a decent right hand from Chelli, another straight one somewhere into the chest, and a right hand over the top from Chelli. He's getting more success.
Yep, he's starting to fancy this Zach Chelli. He's finding success with that right hand when he drills it down the middle. It's very difficult for David Morell to stop, and he's looping it over like bowling a cricket ball sometimes in there as well, and finding the success. Another close round there. Zach Chelli again, John, having his moments.
Close rounds can be important. Gareth and Paulie putting together here. How did you have that one?
I think Zach Chelli might have stolen that rounding. I think Morell is now not looking to take him out of there, which he was trying to do for 5 rounds. He's realised how tough and tenacious Chelli is. He's kept his game plan simple and he's fairly effective. I think we'll see Morell just dance around and Chelli chase him for the last 2, Paulie.
Got to give Chelli some credit the way he's performing very, very commendably, but I didn't think he won that round. I thought Morell still edged that round. That last big right hand you guys were talking about, Morell blocked it on the glove. Some of those right hands did land, however, you made a good point. The difference with Morell and Chelli, one of the differences anyway, Morell will land a good shot and go away from it. He'll start to get creative, change look, change heights, kind of get deceptive with it, maybe throw some other punches, and then go back to it so that he covers it up. Chelli starts to land good right hands, and now it's all he's looking for is big right hands. You know, that's all he's been throwing. It's all he threw the last round is big right hands, big right hand. Some did land, but he gets a little bit one-track minded. If you notice when Morell has success, he doesn't stay on it. He'll go away from it, then come back to it. Good right hand there from Chelli.
We're in the 9th round of 10 in this light heavyweight contest. David Morell, the American-based Cuban, up against the Londoner from Fulham, Zach Chelli. Morell, as would be expected, he was going to be challenging Callum Smith for his world title before Smith sustained a training injury, leaving Morell without a fight, and so Zach Chelli coming in as a late replacement and performing very commendably thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. He's kept himself obviously in shape, waiting for the opportunity, because that's what it's all about these days. The phone call rings and you've got to be in shape, ready for the opportunity. And fair play to Zach Chelli, who's not winning these rounds. He's probably losing this fight, round number 9 of 10. But he's conducted himself very, very well.
Yeah, he's losing the fight, and I'm afraid to say he could be losing it by a fairly wide margin. I've given him maybe a couple of rounds. Have you got him more than that, Chelli?
No, I'll give him 1 round, if I'm totally honest. I think Paulie Malignaggi hit the nail on the head. It's all about creativity, and that's what you got to be. And I think that maybe just being a little bit too one-dimensional, Zach Chelli, looking for that single right hand down the middle, not being creative enough. You've got to set traps against fighters like David Morell, and that's been the difference between these two right now.
And he doesn't really have the one-punch knockout power when he does find the target. And Morell, maybe having been through now into the 9th round, he's already sussed that, and he's content now just to box his way through.
Yeah, he recognises what a stubborn, tough guy Zach Chelli is, and he's proving that in there at the moment as he tries to find something again. Zach Chelli walks forward, falls short with that right hand, overreaching with it, just a little bit guilty tonight of not stepping in with his feet, falling short, leaning over the shots, and that's where Morell is making him pay.
Zach Chelli, who has a degree in business management and marketing, well, that will perhaps serve him well in years to come, but this fight, he needs something special on his boxing ability to try and force an unexpected conclusion, and he's only got 3 and a bit minutes remaining to do it as the seconds tick down in this 9th round. Not the most dramatic. Oh, that's good right hand from Chelli, and that forces Morell to cover up. Chelli again, big right hand to the head, and another one, and Morell's in trouble, and Chelli knows it. He's raining punches in, and the crowd are on their feet, urging him forward, and for a moment Morell looks as though he may have been about to go. The bell comes, and for David Morell, not a moment too soon. By a distance, Zach Chelli's biggest round of the fight, and he had him in big trouble.
Oh my God, where did that come from? That come from nowhere. Zach Chelli landed a shot. David Morell was caught sleeping, got too comfortable, got in the comfort zone, switched off and paid the price there. I tell you what, Paulie, that was very close there to get him stopped. He was unanswering with the punches.
Yeah, another good right hand, and this time it was the wide right hand, which tends to work against southpaws. Chelli mixing up his right hand, and Morell did feel it, goes back to the ropes. It wasn't crazy hurt, because you can see he's trying to move his head, but he's trying to stop the onslaught. We talked about Chelli being durable and always conditioned. I told you that was one of the main qualities I always noticed from Zach Chelli, and you notice he had the energy in him, even around 9, to put together a great barrage of punches after landing that great right hand. Credit to Morell for surviving it, getting through the round, slip some of that barrage and get himself through the round, but a clear Zach Chelli round for me as we go into 10.
into the final round then, and I'm sure the Chelli corner, and there's a little bit of a delay as the Morell cornermen are told to get some water off the ring surface in their corner, but Chelli will have been sent out there with the words ringing in his ears. You had him going, now get out there and finish it.
Yep, he buzzed him down to the soles of his boots there. Can he build on it now, Zach Chelli? 3 minutes to change his life here with the biggest victory of his career. David Morell in desperate trouble at the end of round 9. Round number 10, can Chelli do it?
And what did I say? Oh, good left hand! Right on the button. Morell takes it well, but he's in trouble. Almost goes with a right hand. He shakes his head at Chelli as much as to say, I'm okay, I'm not hurt. Well, when fighters do that, it generally means they are.
Yes, and he is hurt, trust me. The legs are doing a little dance, he's up on his toes. He's trying to shake that fatigue out of those legs right now, trust me. He is fighting down on his gum shield here. The coordination has gone here from David Morell. Zach Chelli needs one good shot here. 1 minute 50 seconds left. Round number 10.
Can he find it? If he puts this man away, it is a huge, huge upset. Morell maybe has just ridden out the storm for now, but Chelli's trying to tee off that right hand. That was the big punch which began that barrage at the end of the 9th round and gives he and his supporters a real feeling that victory is a possibility. Less than 90 seconds remaining.
Oh, and I'll tell you what, John Rawling, Paulie Mullen, as he said it there, it was about performing and boxing well at this level. Trust me, the phone will call win, lose or draw here for Zach Chelli, who's putting in a career-best performance and lands a massive left hook right hand again there.
It was taken on the jaw by Morell, and the referee says to him, let's see you cover up in a fair manner. There's another big left hook, and back goes Morell onto the ropes. There's still a minute to go, and it's all Chelli. 1, 2, 3 right hands, clubbing right hands into the curly-haired head of David Morell, and forward comes Chelli again, launching himself behind the left hook, and a big right hand, and Morell might be about to go there. He's been stopped! He's been stopped! A big right hand from Chelli. He slumps back onto the ropes. David Morell, and Zach Chelli has produced the performance of his life. That is an upset of seismic proportions, and Zach Chelli wins in fabulous fashion.
I cannot tell you how much of an upset that was. For people that don't know David Morell's name, he is not just a former 2-time world champion, he is an elite level, pound-for-pound star. What Zach Chelli, who's only ever boxed at British and Commonwealth level, has done there, has ripped up the script, and dare I say it, that is one of the biggest wins in a British ring of a fighter of that magnitude there. Zach Chelli will be remembered for that performance. Congratulations, what a win.
He was a substitute. He came in as a late substitute when the fight against Callum Smith fell through for David Morell. Nobody expected Zach Chelli to win it, maybe away from the Zach Chelli cap. But he went and did it, and when he got his opportunity, God, he took it out brilliantly, Paulie Malignaggi.
That was the cardiac kid, Zach Chelli. He looked like he didn't belong in the ring with Morell early on. A lot of effort, again, conditioning, great chin, things he's known for, but he ground down the more talented Morell, ground him down. Little by little, you saw the sand running out of the hourglass of Morell's energy levels as the fight wore on. You thought, can Morell just get to the finish line? You thought he could use his elusiveness and his veteran tactics to get there, but Chelli was not having it. Again, well-conditioned Zach Chelli all the time. He's a guy who grounds you down, and he ground him like a package of coffee beans. He ground down David Morell.
Here's Thomas Schreiber.
2 minutes, 24 seconds of round number 10. Our referee in charge, Darren Sargentson, steps in to stop the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Zach Chelli!
Wow! I'm going to be honest with you. I genuinely thought that when we got to round number 8, we were meandering towards a point decision victory for David Morell. But Zach Chelli was having absolutely none of it. We're going to try and get an interview in a split second with Gareth Davies. I've no doubt he's going to address the crowd here at the Co-op Live Arena. David Morell was booked to fight Callum Smith a couple of weeks ago. That fight falls off. He takes this as a little bit of a tune-up, a little bit of a keep busy type fight. And Zach Chelli turns up and changes his life, Spence.
Do you know what? What did I say at the beginning of that round there? You know, he's got 3 minutes to change his life because he's behind, very far behind, and he went out there, he took that opportunity.
Let's get in the ring and just listen to the immediate emotions from Zach Chelli, because he stood alongside his dad, who's his head coach.
How did you do it tonight? Because it looked like he was coasting in there, and then round 9, something happened.
Also, I take my time. I saw my right hand was hurting him, so I was like, you know what, let me wait for the perfect time. Perfect time. Boxing's all about time. Alhamdulillah, done the right time. My wife and daughter watching at home. Mum and sister from Italy. Hello.
Yeah, I'm not greedy. I'm not greedy. I want world champion next one, and I'm not greedy. I want big good crowd with big titty with a couple million. I'm not greedy.
You're not greedy. Listen, your dad was actually the one who called this fight on. He started tweeting, Instagram messaging, saying, I want David Morell. How happy are you that he did that?
Well, Dad believes in me. You know, he believes in me more than anyone. A lot of people doubted me. I would say 99%, even on my friends and family. But my dad always stuck by my side and always said that you do it, Zach. And he trained me hard. Trained me hard even when I didn't want to. He'd make sure he'd be at home, he'd take days off work, he'd cook for me. So Dad, thank you.
Amazing moment. Listen, final one for you, Zach. A lot of the talk was, well, David Morell is going to fight Callum Smith. That's what's going to happen. What do you want to do now?
Oh, did Benavidez do that? No, I did. Bring my lung.
Benavidez, we're here. Canelo, we're here.
Anyone. I want to attack. I want to attack.
Respect.
He was number 2.
Yeah.
Give me number 1.
Well, my son, he trained by me. He likes heavyweight, he's strong.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations. Loads of Chelli sauce tonight.
Listen, we'll try and get a word with Zach Chelli with Gareth Davies in a minute, but that is what boxing... Paulie, that's what boxing's all about, isn't it? That is it. Right there, that emotion right there is the beautiful side of this game.
Early candidate for upset of the year. This is the stuff movies are made of. You know, this is why boxing is always called the theater of the unexpected. You can be hopelessly behind and come back with an extravagant stoppage like this. We don't know where the scorecards were. We know the late part of the fight, the momentum was with Chelli, but it just seemed like he was too far behind to need anything else but a knockout, and he sure went and chased that knockout. He fought like he needed it. You know, and again, in shape, great chin, a guy who's always going to come to work, lunch pail kind of guy, but you know what? Even with a lack of creativity, you know, his durability, his tenacity broke down the more creative David Morell and got him the stoppage.
Absolutely, a show of unbelievable will. And he got the job done. And I love the fact, Spence, you don't see many people calling out David Benavidez, brother. He just has. Let's bring it on.
Listen, Zach Chelli just done what David Benavidez couldn't. I'm sorry, I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm blown away there, if I'm totally honest. I'm a little bit in shock because...
Yeah.
When the bell rang for the beginning of round 10, and I said he's got 3 minutes to change his life, I didn't actually expect him to be able to do it, and out of nowhere, he done it. It was brilliant. The momentum, he was building towards 8, 9, and in round 10, it was sensational. Take the opportunity, son, and that's what he done.
Absolutely, but in real terms now, Paulie, a victory over the number 2 in the division, you are going to be now a viable opponent for a top name with a top purse on the line.
I mean, why not an all-English showdown with Callum Smith? I mean, Callum was the guy that Morell was supposed to fight once Callum heals up. You know, now you have an all-English battle at world level. Zach Chelli is now at world level with this win, not just with this win, with this impressive knockout win that is going to make a lot of headlines. And you know what? You can sell that Callum Smith fight.
Well, let's hear from him, because Gareth Davies is following him back to his dressing room. Over to you, mate.
My dad, myself, I believe in myself, my wife too. I love you all, thank you.
Brilliant performance tonight.
Thank you very much. You know what? Hard work pays off.
There you go, guys. He's being hurried out of here.
Listen, the party at the Chelli household, no doubt, is already in full whack there, but a sensational performance. Maybe the headline of the night, that. Zach Chelli, as Paulie Malignaggi just said a moment or two ago, with an early candidate for upset of the year, stopping David Morell in the final round of the contest. Stick with us, there's plenty more to come from Fight Night Live here on talkSPORT. You're listening to Fight Night Live from the Co-op Live in Manchester. Wardley versus Dubois is our main event. I'm Adam Catterall, Gareth Davies alongside me. We're joined by two-weight world champion Paulie Malignaggi, former European champion Spencer Oliver, and John Rowling alongside me as well for this epic night of fights. So we're going to see something better than what we've just seen with Zach Chelli upsetting the apple cart, beating David Morell.
Unbelievable. I was in the melee. We're getting our technical stuff sorted out. I managed to speak to Zach, and he said it's all testament to hard work. And guys, he was 100 to 1, the odds just then. 100 to 1.
Let's hope he had a little punt on himself then, eh? Listen, he probably didn't even believe in himself at 100 to 1, if I'm totally honest. I mean, look, the only guy
He did believe in himself.
I know he did. I'm just joking. The only guy that would have believed in him and would have had a punt on that is his father, because his father has always believed in him. He called for that fight. He cried for that fight. And that just shows you the beauty of this sport. You go, looking at it, Zach Chelli, he loses to Callum Simpson. Callum Simpson loses to Troy Williamson. So you think, right, we found his level here. British, Commonwealth, European on a good day, maybe. We're talking about elite, world-class operators here in David Morell. That's what boxing does. You can never predict what is going to happen. Unpredictability wins, and that's what we, Paulie, got tonight.
Can I also say there are proud Italians as well, them, the Chellis, like our man here, Malignaggi.
They speak Italian. He noticed he had Italian colours on. He was wearing his trunks, and he mentioned how his mom and his sister live in Italy. I've spoken to them again in the past. I had called some of his fights. I know he and his father speak Italian, and you know, they live in England, and you know, they've done the job here tonight. I'm still baffled by that stoppage. That was a movie-like stoppage, and at 100 to 1, it's a tough one to overcome as far as upset of the year. Who's going to overcome a 100 to 1 upset? That's going to be my early pick for upset of the year, and I think it's got almost no chance of being upstaged by another upset.
I completely agree. I'm still blown away with what we've just seen. As Brad Stingray makes his way to the ring, he's got a wonderful opportunity tonight. I'm glad that he's on this card tonight, Brad, because in recent years, he hasn't maybe been given the opportunities. He stepped up on late notice to become the European champion last time out against Lyndon Arthur. He fell just slightly short in a very competitive fight, but he's back in front of his home fans tonight, taking on Liam Cameron. This is a fan-friendly fight, Gareth, for us here on talkSPORT.
It's a brilliant fight for Bradley Ray, because Liam Cameron got all that resonance in those two fights with Ben Whittaker, where he made his name. We all got to love him. We know his story, where he was away from the sport. This is a massive opportunity. First time I met Brad Ray was him being trained by Ricky Hatton, by the way, in the gym in Hyde. He doesn't train there anymore, but he's really come on. He was decent, wasn't he, against Lyndon Arthur?
Very
didn't quite do enough. Great opportunity for Bradley Ray tonight.
No, absolutely. As Liam Cameron makes his way to the ring, who got himself a victory off the back of his defeat to Ben Whittaker in that second fight, but he is as determined as ever. He joined us on the Fight Night Live show a couple of weeks ago, determined as ever to get himself back on the right track, heading towards those big super fights. And tonight on this card, no doubt we'll get in a few eyeballs as well. Don't forget, we are live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now. Come and join us. We're streaming there. You can get involved in the comment section. If you're watching it on the Zone as well, obviously you'll have seen the fantastic victory from Zach Chelli. Get into the comment section, let us know what you think, and also give us your predictions of what is to come later on this evening. Is it Wardley? Is it Dubois for you? Who are you thinking is going to get the job done?
And it will be for the WBA Intercontinental Light Heavyweight Championship. Brought to you by Frank Warren for Queensberry, in association with Platform Sport, along with their great sponsors, Mr. Q Casino, That Prize Guy, Global Next Trade, Flexi Buys, Redox Season, and Vow Nutrition. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge, Suzanne Potts, along with the World Boxing Association. President, Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor, Juan Francisco Arias, Timekeeper, Phil Morris. The judges are Michael Alexander, Alexandre Lane, and Leszek Jankowiak. The referee in charge, will be Bob Williams. Introducing first the challenger. Fighting out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing pink with white and weighed in officially at 173.1 pounds. Hailing from right here, Manchester, England, he has a professional record of 21 wins, 2 defeats, 10 of his 21 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former EBU European champion, Brad the Sting Ray! And his opponent across the ring in this championship contest, he is the defending champion. Fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing red with black and weighed in officially at 174.4 pounds. Coming to us from Sheffield, England, he has a professional record of 24 wins, 7 defeats, 1 draw, with 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending WBA Intercontinental Light Heavyweight Champion, Liam the Cannonball Cameron!
Okay, gentlemen, obey my commands. In the event of a knockdown, the fighter standing will go to the furthest shooter corner and stay there. Above all, protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves.
Still to come tonight, we've got Jack Rafferty taking on Echo Esman before we get to that main event of Fabio, Wardley and Daniel Dubois. Do not blink indeed on that one. Right now, though, it is Bradley Ray against Liam Cameron on Fight Night Live here on talkSPORT, and calling you through it, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Bradley looks in great shape as ever. Liam Cameron, slightly the bigger man, now 35 years old. Sheffielder, comes from the Manor Estate, and as a Sheffielder myself, I can tell you there's not too many softies come off the Manor.
Certainly isn't, and he ain't got one there either. A great story, both of these guys. Brad Ray took himself to European honours, lost that last time out to Lyndon Arthur in a very tough, very close contest, but he showed he's got a lot of character and still got a lot left in the tank, and he'll be looking to get back to winning ways here against Liam Cameron, who John equally has an incredibly inspirational story. You know, the fight with Ben Whittaker, the controversy surrounding the first one, getting beaten the second one, coming back, winning again, and looking to get himself back into title contention. Big opportunity for these guys.
Absolutely. Went off the rails a bit earlier in his career, Liam Cameron, and it's fair credit to him that he's got back so well, and he's enjoying good paydays in what you could very definitely call the autumn of his career. Quiet start here from both lads in the opening minute and a quarter or so. Cameron short with a left-hand lead, and another one grazing the chin of Ray. Doesn't find the target with any sort of force.
Yep, halfway through the first round, Brad Ray taking 7 to the ring. Both guys showing mutual respect, as you would expect at this stage, at this level, with what's on the line for the winner of this one. You know, both guys are going to take their time and ease into it. Brad Ray counters well there, but 1-2 down the middle, but there's a solid look around Liam Cameron as well. John, we were looking forward to this one, and it started very intense, isn't it?
He's a tough guy, Liam Cameron. 24 wins, 7 defeats in his career. Fights out of the Steel City gym in Sheffield, and a very likeable lad when you get chatting to him. Brad Ray also, Stingray, the local man here. There's a good right hand from Cameron. Ray, though, keeps his shape, keeps it well.
Yeah, tough round to score here. Both guys are having successes, and both guys have actually come to counterpunch. They're trying to set traps, draw a lead, force the other one into making a mistake. Very
tit for tat at the moment. Difficult to split these two. High quality contest in this opening round. Good body shot there. Goes in from Brad Ray, but Cameron blocks it.
Got through with a right-hander. He maybe heard it on our effects, Mike. Third home, but there's little to choose between them. There's a nice right hand and another one. All good work from Ray. And Cameron forced to cover up onto the back foot. Sticks his tongue out at Bradley Ray as the bell sounds. It would have been close until those last 15 seconds, but that attack for Brad Ray certainly took him the opener.
That's exactly what it was. It was very tit for tat. No one really stamping their authority in the round. It was high quality. Both guys looking for an opening, and that opening come with 15 seconds to go. Brad Ray launched the right hand down the middle, straight down the pipe, sent the head back from Cameron, then whipped the right hand round the corner as well. Cameron looked a little unsteady on the legs, regathered, regrouped, stuck his tongue out at the end of the round as well and say, OK, son, I'm ready, let's go to battle, let's go to war. And that's what both of these guys were expecting going into this one. Great end to the round there.
He threw some heavy shots, Brad Ray, in that attack. Really good straight right, which went between the high-held guard, the two gloves of Liam Cameron. But Ray had the better of those exchanges in the last 15 seconds, and that was enough to take him to the 10 points that the opening round offered.
Yep, Brad Ray starting this round, taking centre of the ring and looking to build that momentum of that last 15 seconds. Now it's about Cameron trying to regain some confidence, establishing that jab, beating Ray to the punch, because that's what Ray's doing at the moment, taking centre of the ring and just beating Cameron to the punch.
Brad Ray fighting in white and pink shorts tonight. Liam Cameron in red shorts with the Union flag, the flag of Great Britain, down either of his thighs, and the name Blobby around the back of his waistband. Not quite sure what the significance of that is. Tegan, presumably one of his kids.
Yeah, I don't know what Blobby is. I don't know if he's referring to me or you with that on the back of his shorts. I know he has a good relationship with us, that's for sure, Cameron, but I tell you what, he's having it hard in here at the moment, John. Left hook fuds in as well, and there's just a little rhythm, a little momentum building around Brad Ray's work now.
Bit of reddening around the left eye of Liam Cameron, where some of those big right hands have gone in from Brad Ray, who's looking brimful of confidence here. The 27-year-old from Manchester. Liam Cameron needs to get himself into this fight, get a foot on the ladder, and there's a better shot. Finds an uppercut inside, perhaps his best punch so far, but back comes Ray with 1, 2, 3 sharp shots, good combinations.
Yeah, Cameron doing well, covering up. He's starting to look reddened around both eyes in there now as well, because of the blistering hand speed of Brad Ray, finding the range with that jab and then coming through those right hands as well. This is good technical stuff here from Ray. I'd just like to see Cameron switching those attacks downstairs, trying to bring the arms down from Brad Ray and then making his attacks, because the speed and the timing clearly with Brad Ray. Round number 2 with just 30 seconds to go.
And Cameron could do with a big last 30 seconds, lands with a jab and then gets through with another one, but there's no great authority in that work. The hand speed, the precision and the snap in the punches seems to be with Brad Ray. Another jab from Ray, 15 seconds to go in the second. Ray, having taken the opener, looks as though he's winning this one as well. There's a better jab from Cameron, but just a single shot. And Ray, good balance, fires a little combination to end the round. And that's going to be another round, I think, to Brad Ray. Let's go into the Cameron corner and see how the Sheffield camp are seeing it.
Listen, shut up and listen. Drink. Breathe, yeah? Right, listen. Press on order. Good jab, yeah? Keep drifting right. One step left on it, okay? When you're down, he's punching, punch with him. Yeah. Do you understand, mate?
Trying to not gamers.
Yeah? Don't hesitate, so if you feel it's there, let it go. After you've punched, you've got to be switched on. Yeah? Okay? Have a drink.
Good round, that was a better round.
You don't need to stand close to him. You keep
Mid-range. Hey, one at a time.
Distance. Don't be stood in his range, not doing anything. Yeah? Let's go. And when he jumps in, punch.
I agree with that, Spencer. A better round, but I don't think enough to win it. Gareth?
I was just going to say that he had a very good second round against Lyndon Arthur and dropped him, Brad Ray, with a left hook, and he's clearly looking for it. And then he got old man by Lyndon Arthur. He's got to take and learn from that fight and put the pressure on Cameron.
Old man, the experience of a wily campaigner. Winning the day in that fight, Lyndon Arthur against Brad Ray. Is Liam Cameron going to hope for something special, something similar, maybe?
Yeah, well, as we know with Liam Cameron, as the rounds go on, he tends to pick the work rate up. He boxes behind a peekaboo sort of style. Good solid jab there. Timing was beautiful from Cameron, who's very difficult to read, and he's a difficult guy to beat as well on his given nights. Good left hook goes into the body as well. Better start to the round here from Cameron.
Yeah,
exactly what he needed, John.
Much better. That left hook was a shot of authority. Back comes Ray with a left hand, right hand. The right hand did get through, but not really with any great power. And Cameron now looks as though he's settling into the fight. A little bit more mobile, keeping a tighter guard and trying to punish Ray as he comes into range.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, John. He's settling into the fight. You know, he's just finding his range himself. Now found the timing with that jab. Brad Ray's the one that's starting to fall a little bit short. Paulie, let me bring you in on this one as well here. He's having a good little bit of timing here. He's Liam Cameron.
Yeah, he did. As a matter of fact, he forced Ray to turn southpaw a few seconds ago. I think the difference in this round is, well, Cameron is now being first a bit more. In the first two rounds, I felt like Ray was carrying the pace, was first a bit more. Even in the early part of the first round where it was competitive until Ray was able to separate himself, you know, it was always Ray pushing the fight, pushing the action. In round two, same thing. He was always being first. And it looked like Cameron's trying to old man him, and now he's doing a better job of that here in round three.
Minute to go in this third round, and Cameron is really settling to the task and getting loud encouragement from his corner as he lands a couple of good left jabs. Ray now centre ring, trying to cut the ring off, throws a left to the body and the right uppercut, but both taken on the gloves and forearms of Liam Cameron, who's got a little smear of blood coming from the right nostril. Good right hand from Ray, finding its way over the guard of Cameron.
Yeah, Cameron stalking forward, hands held high. He's had a much better round number three here. Timing has been good. It's a good finish now. Ray starting to find some timing, some accuracy as well. Just misses narrowly with the right hand there. Ray, real seesaw action. Round number three.
Yeah, not a lot between them in this third round. Cameron getting the better of the early stages, but Ray coming back, lands a left hand and a right hand. He's got Cameron on the ropes, and we'll go back into the Ray corner now, where I suspect they're going to be fairly pleased with the way that third round unfolded.
Good. Again. All right. You're doing everything right except throwing the punches. Yeah, you're waiting. He's going to gain confidence. Listen to me. And with this round, to take your fight out of him, but without exerting yourself. And you know what I mean by that? Can you do it? Because so far, Brad, you're not listening to everything I'm saying. 80%'s not enough. 100%. Remember what I said? 100% belief in me. If I'm screaming right up, you're not fucking throwing it. Don't wait for the right time. You don't just wing it. You stab down, you dip, and you fucking throw it. If you miss, you roll, you throw it again.
I think we get the message there, and a little bit of language which was a little bit over the top. Yeah. Paulie, what did you make of what you were hearing?
Well, they want the intensity from Ray. You know, he's a younger guy. You know, Spencer, you mentioned it in the first round. You felt like both of these guys wanted a war in the first round. You know, Cameron is 35 years old. When you're 35 years old, you pick your wars a little bit more carefully. And you can tell Cameron is trying to basically old man and trying to use the veteran tactics, separate himself at the distance, be first, then get back out so that Ray can't get off. It's got to be up to Ray to be energetic. And I think that's why in the corner they were pushing him to use that youth and be the energetic guy so that he doesn't get old manned
by the veteran Cameron.
And there was an argument, Spenny, that Cameron won that last round.
Yeah,
he's trying to build on this here in round 4.
Paul is right, you know, he chooses his moments, he uses that experience, he turns it on, then he reserves some energy. He can't blow a gasket, he can't go at that sort of level. You've got to choose your timings at the right sort of time, you know, it's got to be perfectly done. And he'd done that there, Cameron. And Ray's corner, by the way, were being strong and firm, and they needed to be there because Ray can't take his eye off the ball here. He needs to press the pace.
He does have a little bit of that reputation, Brad Ray. There's a good right hand from Cameron. Ray takes it well. The two hold on in a clinch, centering, work the way out to the goal, and a good left hand from Ray, and down goes Cameron. Is he going to get up? I'm not sure. He's up at 6, but he still looks stunned. That was a great shot from Brad Ray, and the referee's having a very close look at Liam Cameron. Bob Williams, experienced ref, and is he going to be able to finish it here? He's down for a second time, and the towels come in. They've thrown the towel in from the Cameron corner, and referee Bob Williams waves it all over, and Brad Ray with 2 knockdowns. Well, you might have thought that little bit of verbiage in the corner between rounds was a little bit over the top. But I tell you what, he hit the mark, and he hit the mark. He put him away, took his opportunity, and got a priceless win.
Absolutely, listen, they needed to be firm in the corner, they needed to get their point across, and it worked. You know, the fighter listens to the trainer, and he sat there and took it in. The corner weren't happy, even though he was winning the round, or he won the round, they weren't happy. They're saying, you're not listening to the instructions. Box to the instructions, pick it up, you're the young guy, take it to him. You know, it's your fight to lose here, and he didn't lose it. He done the box to instructions. Paulie, I thought that was great. I thought, you know, he turned it on when he had to.
He did turn it on when he had to. You saw the first knockdown, a counter left hand at the southpaw stance, a right hand pot shot thrown by Cameron. He brought his right hand back lazy, and you saw sharp counter left hand from the southpaw stance from Ray that dropped Cameron badly, and he really never recovered. I want to make a note. In the United States, when you get knocked down like that, a lot of the commissions have this new rule. They make you do 4 somersaults, 3 rollovers, 5, 10 jumping jacks to start jump. By the time the referee's done with you, you've recovered. This is why you don't do that. You got to give the guy a chance to finish the fight, and that's exactly why Ray was able to finish the fight here. As soon as Cameron came back, he was still hurt. Ray puts the onslaught and gets the finish with that youthful energy. He can be blamed against Lyndon Arthur. He let the old man trick him, but he would not have that tonight. The corner pushed him, did not let him go back into that hypnotized spell by the older guy, and he came out and got the job done.
It was a cracking finish. Saw his opportunity, and when it presented itself, he took it, and then he did not allow Cameron any opportunity to recover. He closed the door, shut him out, took the victory, and took it spectacularly. Tell you what, we're not being shortchanged so far in the build-up to what people are saying is going to be one of the fights of the year. Fabio Wardley against Daniel Dubois. These undercards here on talkSPORT are serving us pretty wonderfully well.
Yep, they certainly are, John. And the first fight that we went live with, David Morell versus Zach Chelli, was a fight I don't think anybody in this arena, apart from Zach Chelli's dad, believed that Zach was going to win, and he done it in sensational style. Once that happened, I thought, you know what? The script's ripped up here. It's going to be one of those nights, and we just got it again there. Liam Cameron, who started well, looked like he was into the fight, finding his range.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 35 seconds of round number 4. Our referee, Bob Williams, waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and new WBA Intercontinental Light Heavyweight Champion, Brad the Sting Ray.
They've all heard that the moniker of this show is called Don't Blink. We're getting knockouts galore, we're getting stellar moments, we're getting those viral moments. Brad Ray getting the job done in the 4th round against Liam Cameron. What a fantastic victory. Stick with us here on talkSPORT. We'll be back shortly as we build up towards our main event, Fabio Wardley against Daniel Dubois. Welcome back to Manchester in the Co-op Live Arena. It's an epic atmosphere inside here for Fight Night Live on talkSPORT. And the man that's put this card on is Mr. Frank Warren, and he's currently with Gareth A. Davies.
I am with the legend, the Hall of Famer, the man who doesn't like me at the moment, but I still love him very much. What a night already, Frank.
I told you, boxing's not broke here. We're doing brilliantly. Sold out arena, great fights, exciting fights. Big turn up, Zach Chelli, what was that? That must be one of the biggest turn ups since, I would say, Breeders' Prescott knocked out Amir Khan. I mean, that was an amazing finish. But great fights, interesting, and we've got two brilliant fights coming up now.
Brad Ray had learnt from his fight with Lyndon Arthur as well, hadn't he?
Yeah, he did. Look, you know, like I say, if someone gets beaten, it's not the end of the world or whatever. But he came back, and that was tremendous punch power. Tremendous punch power.
Record crowd in here tonight. It's absolutely beautifully banked arena, isn't it? Moses Itauma's here alongside you. Are we watching him with a potential outcome between Wardley and Dubois tonight?
Well, we'll see what happens, but Moses is here, Ajit Kabayel's here. There's all of our guys, a lot of them are here tonight. This is the home of the heavyweights.
About this heavyweight fight that's almost on us now, Fabio Wardley, Daniel Dubois, everyone's got a lot to say about both men, but it will deliver in about 40 minutes' time, won't it?
I think it will. You know, it's the old adage of styles making fights, and styles do, in this case, they will do, because these two guys both walk forward. They don't fight on the back foot, they fight on the front foot. Both big punchers, and they'll be both trying to impose themselves on their opponent. So it's going to be something extra special. And as we said, the title of the fight, do not blink, because it could be over in a split second.
I've been with your every word, as I've had bated breath this week, and I completely agree with you that you can so easily make a case for either man winning this contest. Well, where are you sitting with it tonight?
I think it's an even money match, and I believe there's a case for both of them. I genuinely do believe there's a case for both the guys.
You mentioned Ajit Kabayel's here. He's just sat down beside me. Evening, Ajit. Frank saying that this is an even money fight between Wardley and Dubois. How do you see it?
This is a good fight for the fans, you know. I think so. You know, also all the boxing fans. I think this is the biggest fight now in UK for the sport competition, you know. But this is a close fight. What do you think who's win?
I've gone back and forth for the whole week. At the moment, I think Dubois wins it, but until 48 hours ago, I thought it was Fabio Wardley. Is there a chance? They're both Frank's guys.
What did you say?
I've gone back and forth for about 2 weeks. I thought Fabio Wardley would win this, but in the last 48 hours, I'm convinced Daniel gets the job done.
That could be the case. It's that type of fight. The one thing about it is everybody's got an opinion who will win. No one's saying it's one guy. They're split down the middle of it.
Come on, Ajit, what's your opinion? No sitting on the fence.
Who's win today? I think the latest round, Fabio. Really, yeah, but you know, when we watch only the last 5 fights from Daniel, he had a hard fight with Jerome Miller, he had a hard fight with Hrgović, he had a very hard fight with AJ, Usyk, knockout, this is heavyweight boxing. One punch can change the fight.
And he's going to fight Usyk next, or Usyk will have to vacate the title.
What, against Ajit Kabayel? Is that out there for you then?
He's the number one. The WBC will order it, and if he's the interim champion, if he doesn't fight him, they'll have to vacate the title. That's why he's with us.
You want Usyk?
Yeah, why not? I'm the number one contender. I want only the best sport challenge. I think the best sport challenges from me, Usyk.
Everything's heavyweight over here, from the promoter to the fighters alongside him. Back to you guys. Thank you, Frank.
Top stuff, Gareth Davies. We had Ajit Kabayel there and Frank Warren. Obviously, Frank Warren has quite a lot of these heavyweights under the Queensberry banner, so there's a lot of fantastic fights that we can get our hands on. Paulie, regarding Ajit Kabayel, he is one of those guys that seems to be forgotten in a lot of conversations. For me personally, last time out in Germany, I thought he sold that arena out. It looked absolutely fantastic. him versus Usyk in Germany, I think, does good business. And from a fight point of view, I think it's a tremendous fight.
You know, it's a tremendous fight. He's the mandatory contender. Really, I don't know that Usyk should have been allowed to do this Verhoeven fight because Caballo's been waiting in line for a while. He's been deserving. Again, like you said, he sells arenas like crazy in Germany. So he's big business over there. You know, it's just that boxing in Germany no longer has that international appeal like it used to maybe a quarter century ago when the big promoters were there. So maybe he has a little bit less pull. Warren is trying to obviously bring him into the mix a little bit more, but it's not easy, you know, because, you know, when you don't have that same promotional push in Germany, you need somebody like Warren, who's a big name, to give you this big push here. So hopefully he gets his opportunity after. He's a good body puncher. Usyk has shown himself to be a little bit wary to the body. It's something to keep in mind if that fight happens.
Well, another guy that's also waiting in line, #1 with the WBO, is Moses Atauma, and he's with Gareth A. Davies.
He's not just the next man in line. He is the man who's going to beat the man who's going to beat the man. Moses Atauma, how are you?
Fantastic, how are you?
Very good, great to see you. You're looking lean and ready for your next fight.
Yeah, I mean, where is my next fight, Karen?
It's August the 8th, Frank's telling us.
There you go. So, I'm in camp, innit? So, I mean, I haven't started camp, but I'm looking to start camp soon. Obviously, I'm here to enjoy the fight, so we'll see, innit?
How do you see it?
I think Fabio should do it. I want Fabio to do it.
Is that because you know him, you're in camp with him, you know his rhythms?
That, and it puts me in a better position if he wins.
What's other dangers that Daniel's bringing to Fabio tonight?
He's a powerhouse, isn't it? And I don't think he I don't know. I just think like it's heavyweight boxing, isn't it? So it's just unpredictable. But I just think Fabio's too smart. Too smart.
If Dubois wins tonight, would you go in against Dubois?
100%.
Tomorrow?
Come on, Gareth, do you think I'm going to come on talkSPORT or live radio and say, no, I won't fight someone? Come on, man.
You beat all of them right now if they put you in with them?
With time, of course.
No, but I'm talking about now. In your mind, have you got the wherewithal already to beat all of them?
Listen, if I got a good camp and I stick to any game plan that my team make for me, I said it before and I say it again, I don't think any fighter can beat me.
When you visualise it and you're projecting forwards in your own quiet moments, do you believe you'll fight Usyk before he retires?
Honestly, I don't think it'll happen, but I'd love it to happen.
Take the torch, yeah?
100%. If I get the opportunity, of course, but I don't think, there's no reason for him to.
I've known you since you were 18. I want to say this. What we love about you is not just you are our next amazing star of the heavyweight division, but, sir, you're so grounded. And that's amazing that you don't ever get beyond yourself.
I'm in a sport of boxing, so if I do get big-headed, it's going to humble me quick anyway, so I like to be humble rather than get humbled.
Enjoy the fight tonight. Great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Great to hear from Moses Atauma with Gareth A. Davies there. Spence, if I could just ask you a quick question on this, because this is going to be really interesting. He is the #1 with the WBO. He will be next in line for the guy that wins tonight. I think you've got two different narratives over who wins tonight. I think it's quite difficult to sell a third fight with Usyk for Dubois. I think you can sell a Wardley-Usyk fight. Do you think they will call... If Wardley's winning, is basically where I'm going with this, these two lads are in the same stable. Do you think an Atauma-Wardley fight happens?
Well, listen, you got to pick up on what Fabio Moses Atauma said then. He said, I want Fabio Wardley to win. It puts me in a better position. So he sort of answered your question. Although they're in the same camp, trained by the same guy, the same team, the game's the game, right? So he was alluding to there, that puts me in a better position. So what does that tell you? That's a fight that obviously he might be chasing, Fabio Wardley. Stranger things have happened. Money talks, titles is what it's all about. He wants a world title, Paulie, before he's 22 years of age. It's a possibility, right?
Yeah, if he gets the shot, it's definitely a possibility. He's live against any of these champions. He's one of the most dangerous, if not the most dangerous heavyweight in the division right now because he's young, he's hungry, he can punch, he's quick, he's got all the intangibles, he's a southpaw. You know, it's interesting what he said to me, you know, because you would think Wardley, the fight with Usyk is a possibility if he wins. You know, he hasn't got the shot at Usyk. Usyk is looked at as the heavyweight division's #1 guy. You would assume Wardley would get bigger payday against Usyk, a bigger opportunity against Usyk. But the way Moses just was speaking, he's saying, I got a better chance of getting in with Wardley if he wins. Here's the thing. Will the WBO enforce the mandatory? Because if the WBO enforces the mandatory, then Itama has to fight Wardley regardless of what Wardley wants to do. If Wardley wants to fight Usyk, he would have to vacate the WBO title. So it all depends on the politics of the sport, which, of course, I can't stand talking about.
And here's the thing as well. The WBC is obviously the next in line, right? And Ajit Kabayel is here at ringside. That's the fight that possibly is happening next for Alexander Usyk.
But as Paul has just said there, right? Listen, I've no problem with Usyk doing whatever he wants to do, but the WBC shouldn't be sanctioning a fight for Usyk and Rico Verhoeven when you've got an interim champion.
Agreed. It shouldn't be on the line, you know. It should be a fun fight. All right, have the crossover fight. We don't need the WBC title. The guys that are working their backsides off to get the opportunity. We remember Dillian White waiting for the opportunity against Tyson Fury. The WBC seemed to do that. You go, look, there's a mandatory for a reason. Fighters work their way in that position. Ajit Kabayel's been waiting for a long time.
You wrapped him up. He's ready to go.
Yeah,
we're talking politics.
Listen, Malignaggi, he's qualified. He's qualified.
Well, here's the thing. WBC, if you notice, is the most known of all the belts. All the fighters, naively, whenever you ask them about, oh, that green belt, that green belt. What's special about the green belt? It's the most PR. They're always in the middle of everything. They're constantly, they're like parsley. They're in everything you throw. You know what I mean? So if there's no belt, WBC belt on a line in a fight, they will invent one just to involve it. So it's constantly public relations. The WBC is the best of public relations. Therefore, the politics, they are always their angle. I don't agree with it. I don't agree that the WBC title should be on the line with Verhoeven. I do agree that Kabayel may have to get the shot first because he's been waiting. Maybe if Kabayel gets a shot at Usyk, you know, Wardley wins tonight, Wardley says, why do I got to wait? I might as well fight Itama. Warren may dangle a lot of money in front of him and say, hey, fight Itama. There's a bunch of money on the table for you. If you can get by Itama, then the winner gets the winner of Usyk and Kabayel. Maybe that's the way it goes because Kabayel certainly has been waiting long enough.
I think we should let Paulie Malignaggi run boxing. I think
listen, it was shortened my lifespan dealing with all these politics.
Do you know what, though? It's so spot on, though. That's the problem with it. You know, when we talk about boxing being broke, that is the problem with it. When all of a sudden you just allow things to happen. Fighters get to mandatory positions for a reason.
Indeed. Listen, we've got a great main event on its way. We've got Fabio Wardley and Daniel Dubois going down. It's all about tonight. Afterwards, we can talk about politics and what direction these guys are going to be going in. Before we get there, though, we've got one heck of a co-main event. Jack Rafferty, local boy, taking on Eko Usman. This is going to be an absolute firecracker of a fight. Both men are in the ring. They've had their ring announcements. It's just them two and an official. And calling you through this live on the talkSPORT network is Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Jack Rafferty, a little bit of a Manchester hero, got a tremendous reception from this massive crowd here at the Co-op Arena in Manchester, the newest and biggest arena in the city. But up against Eko Esman, Botswanan by birth, now fighting out of Nottingham, and in his last fight beaten by an 11th round TKO by Jack Catterall. But Catterall truly world class in this division. Esman's only other defeat was against a real box of tricks, the awkward Harry Scarf. Jack Rafferty, 30 years old, is 7 years Usman's junior, but Usman has a nickname in the boxing ring as the Engine, and that's for very good reason. He just keeps on coming.
Yes, he certainly does, but he met his match last time out, as you said, against Jack Catterall. Bad knockout in that 11th round, and the draw last time out as well against Mark Chamberlain for Jack Rafferty. That was down at super lightweight. This is at welterweight. Speaking to Rafferty's dad yesterday, he said he had terrible problems making the weight. Burst a bowel, actually. That's how bad it was in the intensive care. Has to come back.
He burst a bowel?
Yeah, he burst his bowels. He thinks it was down to weight making. He was in serious trouble. A life-threatening condition. He's come back, he's out of hospital, he's back at the new weight, said he feels better than ever. Interesting narratives for both of these guys. That's why I really can't pick, John, who's going to win.
Well, he looks in good nick, certainly Rafferty. He was the favourite with the bookmakers, but I've seen Esman often enough over the years to know that you never underestimate him. Very interesting character, degree educated. He helps in schools, former British and European champion. and he says it's a pressure fight against a pressure fighter, this one. It's that sort of a contest. Minute to go in what so far is a fairly tight opening round, but Rafferty just starting to let his punches go.
Yep, Rafferty maybe doing the cleaner work of the two. He's the aggressor, getting through with that jab. He's established the jab early. 40 seconds left in round number one. Good right hand as well. Looks strong at this new weight, does Jack Rafferty.
Yeah, he looks good. Rafferty, formerly an electrician, now of course a full-time professional boxer. Esman trying to hold centre ring. He's not landed anything of real note in this opening round. The better work has come from Rafferty. Left hand again from the taller Manchester man who's got his blonde hair tied back in braids, and he's on the front foot as we move into the last 10 seconds of the round. Esman tries to come in with a chopping right hand of his own, doubles up on the left hand lead, but there's the bell to end the opening round. Did Rafferty do enough?
Yes, he did. Rafferty started that one very well, up at this new weight. He says he feels bigger, stronger. You're going to see a better performance than the guy in that box. Mark Chamberlain had the draw last time out, and I think we saw that. It was a solid look around him, stalking forward, found the range with the jab well. Esman, who really needs to regain that confidence, build into it after that bad knockout last time out. Didn't get the start, John, that he would have wanted. For me, Jack Rafferty, round number one.
And don't forget that you can watch tonight's action live only on DAZN. Head over to DAZN.com/boxing so you don't miss a thing, and you can watch along with us ringside here at the Cork Live Arena. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now to get involved in the build-up to our main event tonight, Fabio Wardley against Daniel Dubois. That's the World Heavyweight title fight, which comes up immediately after that. And I tell you what, your commentary team here, we can hardly wait.
Yep, really looking forward to that one. A real 50-50. We've all got an opinion, but this is called Don't Blink, and that's for a reason. We really don't know. Looking forward to that one, and a great welterweight contest we've got going on right now. Jack Rafferty, Echo Esman, round number two. Round number one, Jack Rafferty.
If you're just joining us, you've missed a fantastic upset for Zach Chelli, the Londoner, beating David Morell, and in the last contest, which we just heard, Bradley Ray of Manchester beating Sheffield's Liam Cameron with a fourth round knockout. And now the co-main event, Jack Rafferty against Echo Esman, WBA Continental Gold welterweight title.
Yep, opportunity for both of these guys. It will open the doors to bigger, better fights. Rafferty started this one well. I tell you what, he's found the range with that jab. Esman trying to find a way. He's trying different stuff. Nothing really working for him right now. He's got the experience, Esman. He is 37 years of age. Will Father Time catch up with him? Will it be tonight? At the moment, John, we're seeing signs of Rafferty just a little bit too sharp.
You know, it's one of those cliches, isn't it, which I know I probably trot out a little bit too often, but Father Time is one opponent who no fighter ultimately can beat.
Yep, great shout. We do see that. It's the time to pass the baton. Esman has been a great fight. And look, it's early days, round number two, but Rafferty has started the better of the two. That was better from Esso, but Rafferty comes back with a big right hand of his own. Both guys trade with 1 minute left in round number two.
And now they hold on and clinch, and referee John Latham steps between them to split them. A couple of jabs to the body from Rafferty, both finding the target as Esman marches forward, gloves held high, and then clasps onto Rafferty, and the referee, I think, is going to have to split them. They're trying to throw punches and work out of the clinch of their own volition, and they do so as Rafferty pushes Esman back. And I have to say I'm impressed by the conditioning, the sharpness and the strength of Jack Rafferty so far, that there's a big right hand from Esman. No reaction at all from the crowd, heavily favouring Jack Rafferty, that was maybe the best punch that Esman has landed so far.
I tell you what, John, he needed it as well, because Rafferty was having some real momentum, landing some good shots, and out of nowhere, Esman, right hand over the top, a little bit like the one Chelli beat David Morell with. He's got to be careful, Rafferty. No head movement, hands held high, and that was a good finish there from Echo Esman. Paulie, I'll bring you in on that one at the end of that round.
Yeah, you know what, Spence, I'll tell you what, Rafferty's been boxing well, being in and out, and controlling the distance. Esman wants the pressure, but he doesn't have the creative enough feet to get to Rafferty. But as the round progressed, Esman started getting a little bit closer. Rafferty's in and out started to slow down a little bit, and then once Esman gets in there, Rafferty did something smart. He started clinching on the inside, so the idea would be box on the outside. When Esman gets close, because he ultimately will get closer, he's all out pressure, you hold him, you force a break, and on the break, he's forced to box on the outside. Here's the issue with Rafferty. On the outside, he keeps throwing combinations. You got to also know how to jab on the outside and control the space without burning energy. All Rafferty's doing is boxing on the outside, throwing 2s and 3s constantly. If he does that, he's going to punch himself out. He's not going to have enough energy to hold Esman's pressure off of him. Esman also being smart, not accepting the clinch. He's trying to work on the inside.
In the company of Paulie Malignaggi and Spencer Oliver tonight here at ringside in the Co-op Arena. Jack Rafferty against Echo Esman. And I think it's fair to say I'm in the company of a little bit of enthusiasm.
Well, you absolutely are, and that was a great breakdown there from Paulie Malignaggi, to be fair. A technical breakdown on what needs to be done and not be done in this contest to be won and lost. Both guys, you know, are very much in there. Esman, we know he's that engine. He's called the engine for a reason. He'll walk forward and try and burn you down. And Rafferty is going to be drawn into a dogfight here.
And Esman almost running after Rafferty across the ring, trying to give himself space to land hurtful right hands, and he gets a couple of them through, and now Rafferty wants to tie Esman up. 7 years the younger man, remember, Jack Rafferty, been a pro since 2017. Esman a year longer, and back comes Rafferty now. With a right hand and a left hand and another solid right hand.
Yeah, he needed that, John, because Esman was starting to get momentum, starting to get through with some shots, and Rafferty, for the first time, looked like he was looking a little uncomfortable. Come back with some good shots of his own. Seesaw action here in round number 3.
Yep, if you're just joining us, where have you been? Another good right hand from Jack Rafferty. And if you are just joining us, however you're getting our broadcast, please stay with us and don't miss the big one, the World Heavyweight title fight, coming up for you on talkSPORT, the home of boxing, and that follows this. And there's a bit of reddening around the left side of the face of Echo Esman.
Yeah, good left hook slammed into the side of the face of Echo Esman there. Esman stalking forward, trying to find something, hands held high, but good jab again there from Jack Rafferty, who's found the range with that. Left hook goes in again.
He's been really sharp tonight, Jack Rafferty. Lands another 1-2, and Esman tried to duck underneath, and he looks a little bit ragged by his standards, Echo Esman. And while he's had moments in the fight already, he's not had maybe the economy of movement and the signs of extreme durability that we've seen before, and he absorbs another big right hand with 30 seconds to go in the third.
Yep, he's looking very uncomfortable in there, Echo Esman, up on his toes, trying to create some space, trying to get that little breather. I think he was shook there from one of the right hands and the left hooks. The legs still look a little bit shaky. This is great work here from Jack Rafferty in round number 3. 15 seconds to go, and another round for Rafferty.
Yeah, already, and by every second, the facial damage on the face of Echo Esman is worsening, and Jack Rafferty is controlling another round. That's another one in the bag. We've got it 3 out of 3. Let's go into the Esman corner and hear what they're saying.
What's this? Get a water, what's this? Echo, listen, look, anything you told him to do. Yeah, anything you work with, not doing it.
Well, what you can't hear from what's being said, but we can see from close-ups in the corner is that Esman around the left eye is sustaining and has sustained real damage.
Yep, he's picked up a cut over the eyelid there, the left eyelid, the blood was flowing into his eye. There was a little panic in that corner. They're going to have to regroup, get Esman back to it. He really needs to get back into the driving seat because the momentum at the moment is with Jack Rafferty. Here we go, round number 4.
Round 4 of 10, and it's 3 out of 3 so far to Rafferty, who looks absolutely in control and starts the brighter here in the 4th. Esman with his gloves high. He's trying to keep a tight guard now in the early stages, feinting to throw the jab, but thinking better of it, not committing himself because he's been punished again and again as he's done so. Right hand, though, from Esman does get through. Couple of body shots from Rafferty. Feints to throw the jab, taken on the gloves, and then a right hand, straight right hand over the gloves, does get through from Rafferty, and we're seeing a punch count here at ringside, and it shows emphatically that the greater number of punches are being landed by the Manchester man, now living in Shaw. That's Jack Rafferty.
Yeah, good work again there from Rafferty, just creating the space, shuffling out with his feet, throwing good right hands through the middle and left hooks that are hitting the target. Echo Esman at the moment throwing punches, but hitting thin air. He's holding his feet and just looking a little bit lumbered at the moment. This is good work from Rafferty.
Oh, the years may be starting to catch up on Echo Esman, but there's a good right hand from the Botswanan, the Nottingham man. Lands a couple to the body as well, and then gets in close and stifles the work of Jack Rafferty. There's a bit of blood on the shoulder of Rafferty. It's come from the damaged left eye of Esman.
That's a problem, John, that left eye. I saw Esman just blinking there. The blood is flowing into the eye, which is causing problems. It's problems for his vision, and that might be problems for him as this fight wears on. Jack Rafferty oozing confidence in there as he throws a 1-2, falls short with a jab, but good work again here from Rafferty with the footwork as well, making Esman fall short.
Blood, though, is gushing out of the gassed left eye of Esman. John Latham, the referee, will give the corner time to do their work and try and staunch the flow when the bell comes to end this round. But all the time, the cut appears to be worsening, and Esman is clearly struggling to see when punches come in from Rafferty's right. He's landing again and again with right hands towards that damaged left eye.
Yeah, Paulie, I'll bring you in on this one. There's a big problem here for Echo Esman, and you know as a fighter, you see your opponent like that blinking, you start oozing confidence. Worrying times for Esman.
Yeah, he's not seeing everything. I noticed last round, something must have hit him in the first minute of the round, because all of a sudden he spent the remainder of the round retreating. Rafferty also has made the adjustment. At times he's throwing combinations, and at times he's check left hooking and just using the jab on its own. So you got to have a good mix. He is now having a good mix, and Esman is having a lot of trouble figuring out how to close the distance. He wants to throw, but he can't close the distance. You're going to get outthrown because Rafferty has better legs. He's in, he's out, he punches on the in, he punches on the out. For Esman, his legs are just too slow and not creative enough. Maybe the 37 years of Esman is catching up to him.
Yeah, it looks like that, John. The 37 years are not going in his favour at the moment. You said yourself, Father Time waits for no one, and Echo Esman is struggling in there at the moment. He's forcing things. There's no fluidity around his work. He's reaching for his punches. His feet are too slow. And for Jack Rafferty, up at the new weight from super lightweight to welterweight, things are slotting into place nicely. Approaching round number 5, 4 rounds in favour of Jack Rafferty for me at the moment. Worrying signs. If it carries on going the way it's going, I can see Echo Esman getting stopped.
Esman's got a bit of folk hero status up round my neck of the world in the Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire area, and I was speaking to one of his sponsors in the local the other night, and he was saying that Esman still gets great support up in Nottinghamshire, but tonight, I'm afraid to say, that support is going to feel an awful long way away.
Yeah, there's been a couple of funny old results tonight, hasn't there? So far, we might be getting another one here. A fight that many felt was a 50-50 was Echo Esman, just too experienced. Yes, he lost to Jack Catterall last time out, but we're talking world level. This is a couple of levels down here with a guy at a new weight in Jack Rafferty, and boy, is he filling the shoes of that at the moment. Good performance, winning every round, and he started this round well as well. Big left hook, right hand goes in.
Now Esman is trying to walk him down, trying to get in range. He landed a couple of headshots, but back come the punishing counters now as Rafferty once again begins to dominate centre ring. The target is that left eye. He fires a right cross, a hurtful, whipping right cross across the eye, but then back comes Esman. Bravely lands 3-4 punches.
Yep, misses Wardley with a left hook again there though. There's no fluidity in his work at the moment, Esman. Everything's trying to be forced, and that's a horrible position to be in when you're in a fight and nothing's coming together. Your timing's out, you're reaching, you're laboured, you're lumbered, blood's flowing in your eye.
If he's struggling to focus, if the vision's being impaired, he's firing punches in on guesswork. Good shot from Rafferty.
Yeah, massive right hand. He bowled over there, just skimmed the whiskers of Esman, and was very fortunate not to take the full weight of that. But now Rafferty pushing forward, trying to stay active, trying to stay busy, trying to force something here from Esman.
Well, you wonder whether or not this fight is going to go the full distance, because Rafferty is very much in control here now with a minute to go in the 5th round. And Esman blinking uncomfortably, trying to get the blood out of his eyes. And forward comes Rafferty again, looking for right hands. He fires one in, which does find the head of Esman, then misses with a left hook. And now the two lean in, and Esman sucking the air in deeply, and he's blinking uncomfortably all the time, and it's not good to see.
No, I don't like to see it, if I'm totally honest. They need to do something about that. He's blinking very, very heavily, boxing a little out of character here. Esman as well, really trying to force it. It's Jack Rafferty's night so far. 20 seconds to go, round number 5, and another big round here for Jack Rafferty.
Esman may well need to take everything from here on in if it goes the distance. It's a 12-rounder, this one. I think I might have misled you and said it was a 10-rounder. It's a 12-rounder, this. And Esman misses with a right hand, then comes in with a left hand. I think that's another round to Rafferty. Let's go into the Esman corner and hear what sort of advice they're trying to give him.
No. What you see? Let me see. Huh?
No, Rafferty.
The only thing I'm going to do is get one more round. You have to get closer and make it a dog fight. That's the only thing. If you don't do that, it's like putting you out. Yeah? Yeah? You have to get close. A few seconds, you can jump for the first hour.
Watch out.
Try and chase it, yeah?
Echo, you can't sit a long range with him. You're getting picked up before you get in. Yeah, you've got to get in close, make it a dog fight, make it really uncomfortable. Yeah, can't sit a long range.
Yeah, he's not happy in that corner, and Spenny, as we thought, it's a real problem, and the corner was saying one more round, we'll see how it goes, and then we're going to pull you out.
Yeah, absolutely. The fight, unfortunately, has left Echo Esman. He weren't comfortable, he's blinking heavily, blood flowing into his eyes, and it's just not his night. The fight seems to have left him. The Jack Catterall defeat would have been a big one as well. He doesn't seem to have recovered from that. Paul here, 37 years of age, long, hard career. Every fighter has his day, and tonight might be the last time we see Echo Esman.
Yeah, now Esman just looks the age, every bit his age. And here's another thing to keep in mind, guys. For a pressure fighter, 37 is a bit older, because if you make your living pressing the action and forcing a fast pace, now as an older guy, you really don't have the option to go at that fast of a pace. You got to know how to, we were talking about earlier, old man a fight. Esman doesn't have that ability. He's a strictly pressure guy who makes you uncomfortable giving you pressure. Watch when Rafferty backs him up. He doesn't know how to fight going backwards. He can only fight going forward. He's ineffective going forward because he can't get to Rafferty. Rafferty keeps in and out of him. And then on the back, when he backs up, he's ineffective completely because he doesn't know how to fight going backwards. That's why I thought it was great that the corner started talking about stopping it. He's ineffective going in both directions right now.
And now Rafferty can't miss with that right hand. Every time he comes forward, looking for the left eye of Esman, it thuds home another ripping, damaging punch. There's another one. Left-hand lead from Rafferty, who's trying to really boss the action here in this 6th round. Maybe realises that the end could be near. 2 more right hands as we near the midway stage now of the 6th round in this 12-round welterweight contest.
Yeah, Esman's still walking forward, but he's walking into the fire, and guess what? He's getting burnt. He's not doing it purposely. He just can't get off of any shots. He's looking old in there. He's being old-manned in there as Rafferty loads a right hand to the body, followed by one to the head. Incomplete control. 1 minute 10 seconds left of round number 6, and it could be 1 minute 10 seconds left of Echo Esman's career.
The demolition man, Jack Rafferty, up at welterweight now, a new division for him, and I have to say, looking really comfortable, authoritative and powerful. Good left hand to the body from Rafferty, and nothing really coming back from Esman, and I wonder if the corner will pull him out. He's starting to blink uncomfortably again. Body shot from Rafferty, and another one. Esman just backing up, throws a desperate right hand, is picked off by a straight right hand counter, which thuds into his injured left eye.
Paulie Malignaggi nailed it when he said Echo Esman is known as the engine. He's known for his output, his punch output. That's how he wins fights. He grinds fighters down, steals their souls. In here, he's getting his soul. He's having done to him what he does to others. He's old man, unfortunately. The 10-second clicker goes. I don't think Echo Esman comes out for round number 7.
The engine looks as though it's about to stall. He stays away from the right hand, back into the corner, and now he sits down a little bit heavily, and he's called the ref across, and they've ended it. And Jack Rafferty now knows that he's the winner. The fight's been stopped. The corner have pulled Echo Esman out. Sad to see that tonight, I'm afraid to say, a very good fighter in this particular contest became an old fighter.
And that's what happens, man. You know, every fighter has his day, and every career comes to an end. Now, you pass the baton. That is the game. It's happened to every single fighter in history. History doesn't change, and I think, Paulie, what we saw tonight was a guy that's had a great career, defied the odds, gone on to win British Commonwealth titles, you know, boxed at elite level, but we saw a guy in there who was a shell of his former self. An old man.
Yeah, exactly. And again, a guy who makes his bread, who butters his bread by going forward and pressuring you. It's not a style that ages well, because you're typically not more energetic as you get older. You got to have the little tricks up your sleeve to buy yourself time. Esman never had that kind of fighting style. He was always a pressure guy. So eventually, when you get older, that doesn't age well. Commendations to both corners here. First of all, Rafferty, an amazing performance, terrific performance by Jack Rafferty. Very, very impressive as he continues his streak. And on the corner of Esman, a lot of times the threat of I'm going to stop the fight next round if you don't do something is just a threat, and then they let the guy keep going out there and taking a beating. I really want to commend Esman's corner for giving that threat and then holding their word, because their guy had nothing left.
And you know when a fighter gets that threat in the corner, now we saw it, didn't we, in the previous fight? We saw it when we with Brad Ray, when he had that warning, he got that threat. They said, listen, up your game, do it, and he responded. Echo Esman got the threat. He knows the corner's going to pull him out. He never had the ability to respond. A fighter will respond to his trainer. He just couldn't do that.
Wanted to. We know he has the heart, but it's not there. Physically, it's just not there.
It's funny, you know, we were all kind of collectively saying we didn't want Echo to go on during that fight, the round before last, and it is good when we've watched a lot of fighting, and there's no, you know, we've seen him in the Josh Taylor fights, the Jack Catterall fights. We don't want to see a servant of our sport get beaten up for 10 rounds.
No, indeed not. Listen, a fantastic performance from Jack Rafferty, getting the job done. That's just about to be announced. And then we're going to be moving on to this main event. Fabio Wardley, Daniel Dubois for the heavyweight championship of the world here in Manchester, live on talkSPORT, is next.
Anyone can take anyone out with a single punch.
Man of the people, I'm a champion, people's champion. This has all the potential to be one of the best heavyweight fights we've seen on these shores for a long time. Probably Lennox Lewis and Frank Bruno. Arguably the best fight since then.
The title of this, Don't Blink, is absolutely perfect.
We're all going to have an opinion, but none of us really know.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Wardley has brought Wardley down with the right hand. Fabio Wardley with a seismic shock.
Dubois!
Down goes Joshua. Dubois hits him with a tremendous right hand counter.
Do not blink because you're going to be on the edge of your seat.
We're in Manchester for Fight Night Live from the Co-op Live Arena. I'm Adam Catterall, and it's a pleasure as always to be in your company. Joined tonight by Gareth A. Davies, Paulie Malignaggi, Spencer Oliver and John Rowling. We've just witnessed three absolutely fantastic fights on the undercard, and we are moments away from the big one, the heavyweight championship of the world between Fabio Wardley and Daniel Dubois. Before the boys get stuck into their last-minute thoughts on how this fight might play out, let's get the thoughts of another heavyweight, shall we? Derek Chisora's in the building, and he's with Gareth A. Davies.
I'm with War Chisora. There's no peace with this man. It's still war with you, yeah?
Every day, baby, every day. I wake up and I want to go to war. I'm dreaming about war, so well, listen. When I eat, it's about war, so every day.
Predict the war between Fabio Wardley and Daniel Dubois for the WBO title tonight. Predict it. Bell rings. What happens?
I don't listen to your listeners out there. I like both guys. I like Daniel. I like Fabio. So it'd be bad for me to say who's going to win and who's going to lose. So I'm going to not judge on this one. But I can guarantee you the victory will be amazing.
It will be an entertaining fight. It has to entertain, doesn't it?
It has to, but if Fabio starts very fast how he starts, we'll see the winner by round 5.
You fought a few times up here. This is an amazing arena, isn't it?
Well, no, listen, you know, there's two things in Manchester I like. The Manchester Arena and the women.
Easy, Tiger.
Hey, listen, Manchester is beautiful. It's the fastest growing city in the United Kingdom, and I think we did very well here. We were informed, so I'm just excited right now.
Yeah, we saw you in a great fight with Deontay Wilder a few weeks ago. You licked your wounds, you went home, you spoke to your wife, you blessed your children, you kissed your children, and then you came out and said, you know what, guys, I'm not done. You want Wilder again, yeah?
Listen, I didn't speak to my wife. I'm lying.
She's watching, I'm sure.
I spoke to the wife. You know, we made a deal. And And she goes, you know what? Go on, I'll give you one more.
So you're going for 51, that's definite now, yeah?
No, I'm going for baby number 4.
Oh, baby number... You're a bad man. I'm going to find someone else to speak to you. But you, sir, are a cult hero, and it's always great to see you.
Listen, the British fans are the best fans ever. You know, and listen, the promoter's amazing. Eddie, Frank, you know, Dubois, you know, the Southland brothers. Listen, boxing is just full of scumbags. We're all scumbags, and I love all the scumbags in here.
Paulie Malignaggi's on our broadcast team tonight. He's been telling us...
I don't know why you got that weasel for. He's a weasel, man.
Oh, stop it.
Weasel,
Stop it. No,
mate, how are you going to ask somebody who's never boxed so amazingly, always running away, doing podcasts? He's just a weasel, man. Get him out of here, man.
All right, thank you, Derek. I better throw it back to you guys, because the Magic Man will have a response. In fact, if you want to give us a response...
Actually, you know what? I'm going to come there and talk to him, because he was talking crap on his podcast, and now I'm going to come there.
Well, ask him what I was saying.
Me, mate.
Ask him what I was saying.
He can't hear you. He's going to come over.
No, let me listen to him.
Tell him to come over. Ask him what I was saying. I don't know what I was saying. I think I was criticizing Wilder more than just
Hey, mate, you were talking so much crap on your podcast.
I wasn't criticizing you. I was criticizing Wilder.
No. You were talking so much.
No.
So watch when I come over there and make sure you got the same response.
You know what? I wasn't saying anything. I wasn't saying anything. But you know what? If you want me to tell you I was, I will gladly tell you. Yeah, you know what? Well, you tell me first what I was saying.
I'll see you soon, baby.
Okay, come see me. Right, I'm right here. I'm in press row. Where are you? Where are you? I'm in press row.
Yeah, but listen, you're talking so much.
No, you know what? I would admit it to you if I was. I wasn't. But you know what? Now you gotta come here and tell me what I was saying. Come here and tell me what I was saying. Because I'd love to know what I was saying. I'm curious what your ears heard.
I'm gonna come there.
I'm curious what your ears heard.
We might end up rolling. I'm being honest with you.
No. I'm curious what your ears heard.
I'm gonna come over there. We're gonna start rolling.
Okay, come here. I'm waiting for you.
You're listening to Fight Night live on talkSPORT from the Co-op Live Arena. I've no doubt Mr. Chisora is going to head this way, and him and Mr. Malignaggi will continue the conversation. There's a lot of stars in attendance tonight, and what I wanted to bring up with you, Spence, is the attendance this evening, because this is a record-breaking crowd. A lot of people might not necessarily know this, but this is the most amount of people that have attended a boxing event in the UK in an indoor arena. Yes, it's a brand new arena, technically, the Co-op Live, but 18,000 seats tonight sets a new record, mate.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've got two guys from down south, up north doing that. Why? Because we've got the world heavyweight title, two British guys going head-to-head, and two guys that are in the peaks of their careers. Can't wait for this one, really can't. A packed-out Co-op Live Arena, the biggest audience ever inside a British arena. And the reason I was stumbling a little bit there, because Derek Chisora has come over with Paulie Malignaggi, and they are actually talking, cuddling, thank God for that, because I thought the little fella was going to have to jump out his seat and do something as well.
Listen, these two are top fellas, right? But at the end of the day, they're fighters. And it never, ever leaves the scenario, does it? You know what I mean? Derek and Paulie Malignaggi are just on the other side of the camera that you can see now in the stream. But our social media guy is capturing it, so don't you worry about that. I'm no doubt it'll appear on our Instagram or something like that a little bit later on. But Paulie and Derek are just ironing out the differences as we speak. Where's Gareth A. Davies gone in this mix? He caused this. He caused this bother, and now he's legged it.
Well, I don't know if he's legged it. Have a look under the table. Is he under the table?
Where are you, Gareth? Where are you? You're with Mr. Boazzi, are you? Go on then, let's get over to Gareth A. Davies, because he's with Joshua Boazzi right now.
I'm with Joshua Boazzi. Good evening, Joshua. How are you? Not too bad. How you doing? Yeah, it's a great. You've arrived just in time by the look of it. Yeah, they said don't blink, so I'm here not to blink. How are you seeing this fight between Wardley and Dubois?
Gareth, we can't blink. Whoever lands first wins, man. I think Dubois will come to prove that, look, I have got the heart, I have got the grit. Wardley's going to depend on that, but I think with Dubois' power, you cannot afford to be taking that gamble, but it's heavyweight titles on the line, you got to gamble it all.
Is it don't blink when you and Anthony Yard fight?
God's willing, I'm hoping that happens, Gareth. You might know more than I know.
Man, I've been waiting. I feel like I was a young man when we started talking about that.
Oh, I'm here, where's Yard? If you see it, get him here, let's talk about it.
Go on, pick a winner tonight then. Can you? Can you?
We can't pick a winner. This is why we're all here, man. But listen, I think whoever can just mentally stay locked in wins the fight.
What did you make of Zach Chelli and what he did to David Morell tonight? 100-1 outsider.
Darren, I even went into his changing room, Chelli, to congratulate him. I sparred many rounds with Chelli, and I knew he had that grit in him, but to execute it at this level when the pressure's on him, hats off to him.
Great to see you as always. Back to you guys. Thanks. Thank you.
Gareth Davis ringside there with Joshua Buatsi. Mr. Malignaggi has taken his seat once again. All good now? All good? Can you not hear anything?
The audio. What do you say?
I said, is everything all right now?
Yeah. I said, listen, what you found, just send it to me on Instagram then. You know, he said, I'll send it to you on Instagram. I said, bro, because if I said something, I'm the first one that will admit I said something. I'm not somebody who says something and then shies away from it. I said, listen, I didn't say it. I was actually picking you to win the fight. I actually bet Derek to win the fight. I lost money on Derek. So, of course, I'm going to get aggravated when he's going to tell me I'm criticizing him. But I bet, I believed in him so much that I bet the fight and he lost.
Listen. That was beautiful to see you, obviously.
I'm actually looking through my phone so I take pictures of my betting tickets so I can show them. I'm looking, because the fight was about a month ago. I'm looking for the betting ticket I take a picture of.
Listen, whilst you're doing that, you're 7 days out yourself now from competing next weekend back here in Manchester in bare knuckle. What is the thing that attracted you to that bare knuckle scene first and foremost?
First and foremost, I work with them, and it's a growing promotion. BKB's growing all over the world. I feel like there's a little bit of ambition left and an opportunity to get another feather in my hat and add to my legacy, to the accomplishments that I've had. There really wasn't a lot of openings in pro boxing that really interested me. Not on that level. Because obviously money interests me, but if it's just about money, it's not enough for me to want to get in shape, go do what I got to do. Listen, money's great. I'm not complaining that if I can get money. What I'm saying is there has to be more motivation than just money. If there's just money, it's not going to get me motivated every single day. It's not going to really push me that way. And lastly, I just want to have that discipline. It's lovely to have that discipline every single day, train hard, feel good, and have that edge about you, because you know there's a risk coming, and that fight is a risk fight.
I'm going to come back and pick your brains on this in a minute, because...
Let me find this losing ticket now.
You do that, whilst Gareth Davis is talking to Noel Gallagher, the King of Manchester.
I am with the King of Manchester, the rock god himself. It must be a big one if you're here, Noel.
Well, it's a big fight. Well, you don't often get two British heavyweights fighting for the title, but...
In their prime.
Yeah. I mean, what a gap as well, it's amazing.
It is really amazing here. I was with Paulie Malignaggi on our broadcast tonight. We were in Ricky Hatton's gym, and Paulie was saying how you and your brother were abusing him at one of the fights. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Can you tell us the story?
Well, we carried Ricky's belts out in Vegas, and he was fighting Paulie. And we're Ricky's boys, so we were giving him a bit of stick.
He said, because we were going through it, because there were pictures in the gym today, and he said they were leaning right over and giving it to me.
Oh, yeah. Ricky was our brother, so.
Have you got a favourite tonight?
If I had to put a grand of your money on it, probably Wardley.
Why and how?
I just think he's a better all-round fighter.
I think I need to say goodbye to you now, because it's your music being played in your King of Manchester arena. Always great to see you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Always in attendance for the big ones. Noel Gallagher joining us at the Co-op Live. Listen, the atmosphere in here tonight is incredible. I remember us being in attendance in the other Manchester arena for Corn Brook, and that was absolutely electric that night. The fields, that same type of electric vibe in the air tonight, Spence.
Yeah, Adam, totally agree with that. The anticipation. You look around, right? Not many times do we come to these arenas and see them completely packed, and when we do, it's normally for the last fight or so. These lot have been in here since 7 o'clock, mate. They know what's coming. You look through the cards, we've had a night of upsets already. The atmosphere is absolutely bouncing. They're fight fans. Manchester, they're fight fans. We got two prime heavyweights. John Rawling, take it away.
I've just got to drench back into the old memory bank a little bit.
Do it.
And go back to 2005. The biggest atmosphere I ever knew here in Manchester was when Ricky Hatton beat Costa Zoo at the MEN Arena, as was that night in the early hours of the morning was just staggering.
Incredible night. Obviously, that was at the other arena, wasn't it? Back then, it was called the old MEN, and for that to happen at 2-3 o'clock in the morning probably takes it even higher, because that is just an incredible coming together of people for one of their own. But to do it for two lads that are not from Manchester tonight, I mean, this is different level.
I remember walking away from the arena that night and saying to the other guys who were in the broadcast team, never forget this, because this is as good as it gets.
Absolutely.
This is very, very special. And I have that sort of feeling about that here tonight. And I really hope afterwards that there are going to be people leaving, us included, who are coming away with that sort of emotion.
We've been around a long time doing this, John, you and I, and obviously these guys are 10 years or more younger than us, and these atmospheres, again and again and again, are so special, and I find we're all saying it, this is one of the most memorable nights I can think of in Manchester for crowd noise. If the fight delivers, we will never forget tonight.
I thought it was criminal, the lack of coverage in some of the papers as well this morning. You know, I mean, the old newspaper industry has just gone, hasn't it? And the papers don't give boxing the coverage that it deserves.
Did I not send you my double-page spread this morning?
Send it to me. Gareth, you sent it to me. I saw it.
Sorry, John.
In all seriousness, though, I think the broadcasting landscape has changed, hasn't it, over the last 5-10 years. talkSPORT, I mean, we're in a lucky position because we become, in the UK, the most accessible place for these big fights. People are tuning in on a week-by-week basis for Spencer and Simon's show, the stuff that we're doing on Saturday nights, and obviously being in this privileged position where we can attend these events and get people closer to the action, we are the outlet.
Paulie said it today to me. We walked around the city, we reminisced, we talked about the late, great Ricky Hatton, and Paulie was saying, if there was no British boxing, it would leave a huge hole in world boxing, weren't you, Paulie?
Yeah, for both the reasons that the fan base is incredible here, but there are also places like Puerto Rico and Mexico where it's incredible. The difference with the UK is not just that the fan base is incredible, there is also enough money here to put on some major superstar events here. So you have that double coming up with the fan base being amazing and the money to be able to put up amazing events.
And there's a conveyor belt of talent. Frank Warren's got 8 of the top 14 heavyweights in the world right now. It's extraordinary.
Just a quick one, boys, before I get your final thoughts on this fight. We've been running a poll on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. You can come and join us on there if you're listening to us via the radio. We've had 80,000 of you join us, and we are asking you to pick the winner of tonight's main event. 58% have gone for Fabio Wardley, 42% have gone for Daniel Dubois. Keep voting as we approach this huge main event, live on talkSPORT. Now then, boys, we've been talking about punch power, punch power, punch power. Spencer Oliver, is it purely about punch power? And if it is, who lands first?
Listen, of course it's about punch power, but what people must recognise is, I'm going to start with Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois has the most underestimated jab in boxing today. His jab is like a right hand. I'm sure that he may have even been a southpaw that has converted into an orthodox. Very, very effective weapon. If he utilises that, uses that, finds the range of it, he throws the right hand like a mule kicking. It's that heavy. Like, he's probably the biggest puncher out there. This is all about tactics. Will Daniel get drawn in? Will he use the jab? Will it be educated pressure? Will it be chaotic pressure? But he's got to do it sensibly, because as we know with Fabio Wardley, this kid invented the word heart, soul. He's got all of it. He doesn't lose any faith when a fight's not going his way. He finds a way. That's a quality of his own. That is championship quality. They both have amazing qualities. This could be won and lost at a blink of an eye. One shot turns it around, but they both carry dynamite power, and that's why we're all going to have an opinion. Fighters, ex-fighters, people that have been around the game for a long time. None of us know. None of us know, mate, not until the bell rings.
But you know what's one opinion that I think we'll all agree on? This is going to be a shootout. It's going to be exciting for however long it lasts.
Paulie, you've been in these moments before, just as you're walking out for a world title. What is it like back there now? As we can see on the screens, Daniel Dubois just making his way to the top of the ramp. What are these moments like now for a world title fighter?
These moments are obviously filled with pressure, but also filled with thoughts of what the goal has to be, what you have to accomplish, going over the game plan one last time, the magnitude of the moment, what it means, and making sure you return back to the dressing room with the goal accomplished.
And in the actuation of this, it's going to come down to who lands first and who can absorb the inevitable storm. It remains a classic encounter between a disciplined, heavy-hitting contender in Dubois and an ultra-confident, opportunistic champion in Wardley, with destructiveness at the core of both game plans. In other words, this is a war that will deliver, Adam.
Right then, on the line, boys, because he's about to make his walk. Spence, coming to you first. How does it go?
Listen, I think it's going to be a shootout. I don't think there's going to be any feeling out process, and I think it is going to be one of them who lands first. I know Team Dubois. I'm in the gym with Team Dubois. Don Charles I'm very close to. They think they've got the game plan. It's all about the jab. Can he do it, Daniel Dubois? I think I'll go with momentum. Fabio Wardley coming off the win against Joseph Parker, elevating to WBO champion, changes you as a fighter. I'm going with Wardley.
Okay, Paulie, where you leaning, mate?
I'm leaning towards Wardley. I think he's got the wherewithal to get up off the canvas if it comes to that. I'm not sure Dubois does.
And Gareth?
Daniel Dubois, dynamite at his heaviest in his career, 251.7. He's coming for a fast, early, destructive win inside 6 rounds.
Before I throw over to Thomas Tribe, Gareth, just how big is this? In fact, let's get straight into it.
On DAZN, from the sold-out Co-op Live, it's time for the main event! To the ring, the challenger, Triple D, Daniel Dynamite Dubois.
And into the light, accompanied by his little brother Solomon, here comes Triple D. 22 professional fights, 21 knockouts. Joe shattered that eye socket, fractured his orbital bone in 4 places, and his promoter feared for his career was finished. He came back. Usyk stopped him twice, and he came back, because that is what Daniel Dubois does. He told us this week that losing this would feel like losing a girlfriend. He made mistakes in the past, he started again. He is back tonight in Manchester to claim back what he's lost. 28 years old, dynamite in both hands, backed by his father, guided by Don Charles, this man who made him a world champion the first time. Dressed in his usual all-black garments, black towel, black trunks, black boots. The Co-op Live is on its feet. Manchester is absolutely shaking. Triple D, Dynamite, Daniel Dubois.
To the ring, the defending world champion, Fabio Wardley.
I gotta do this now.
A song made famous by the legend Roy Jones Jr. Fabio Wardley stands proudly on the stage. Listen to this arena. Manchester on his feet for a man from Ipswich. A man who 10 years ago was sitting behind the desk, answering phones, sending emails, living a perfectly ordinary life. He wasn't a schoolboy prodigy. He didn't box for England. There was no Olympic journey, no amateur pedigree, no pathway handed to him by anybody. There was just a gym, a pair of gloves, and something inside him that refused, absolutely refused, to believe that ordinary was enough. White-collar halls, local shows, nobody outside of Suffolk had a clue who this lad was. 21 professional fights later, he is the WBO heavyweight champion of the world. Undefeated, unbowed, and tonight, in front of 15,000 people inside the Co-op Live, he walks to the ring to defend that title against one of the most dangerous punchers on the planet. The champion, the people's champion, the man who started from nothing and got every single thing. Cool, calm, collected, dressed in the colours of his beloved Ipswich town. He stands on the apron and drinks in the crowd. Fabio Wardley. Milking every single moment as he stands in front of me through the second rope of the apron ahead of the biggest night of his life, in search, in his words, of validation. We are in for one heck of a heavyweight contest. The chills are electrifying, as they once said in that famous film Grease. This is something else. There's nothing like this. There is nothing like the heavyweight championship of the world, especially when it's two British lads doing it on British soil. Drink this in, take in this atmosphere right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our featured bout. It is scheduled for 12 rounds. It'll be for the WBO Heavyweight Championship of the World. Brought to you by Frank Warren for Queensberry, in association with Platform Sport, along with their great sponsors, Mr. Q Casino, That Prize Guy, Global Next Trade, Fleximise, Riot Season, and Bow Nutrition. A big thanks to those great sponsors. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Suzanne Potts, along with the World Boxing Organization. President Gustavo Olivetti, Supervisor John Handelar, Timekeeper Chris Hancock. The judges are Dion Duarte, John Latham, and Benoit Roussel. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Howard Foster. And now, boxing fans joining us live worldwide, and boxing fans here in Manchester, England. The hour of truth has arrived. Introducing first the challenger. Fighting out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 251.7 pounds. Coming to us from Greenwich, London, England, he brings a professional record of 22 wins, 3 defeats, 21 of his 22 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the challenger and always dangerous former IBF heavyweight champion of the world, Triple D, Daniel Dynamite Dubois. And his opponent across the ring in this main event, he is the defending world champion. Fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue and white and weighted officially at 242.2 pounds. Hailing from Ipswich, England, he is undefeated with 20 wins. He has 1 draw. 19 of his 20 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, in his first world title defense, here is the undefeated, hard-hitting, reigning and defending WBO heavyweight champion of the world, Fabio Wardley.
There is no better moment in the whole of sport than this one right now, as the corner teams spill out of that ring and only a referee stands between two 18-stone plus heavyweight giants. Nothing like this anticipation. Who lands first? I would advise you not to blink. Calling you through Wardley versus Dubois, live on talkSPORT. It's Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Here we go, the one we've been waiting for. Wardley aims a big right hand, whistles over the shoulder. Oh, he's gone down! And Dubois on the canvas. Looked almost like a slip, but he went down in the early stage of this opening round, and now Wardley will go looking for it. He was down, well, inside the first 15 seconds or so. Big right hand from Wardley, and down went Dubois. What do you make of that, Spencer?
Yeah, big shot there. Dubois comes back with a big right hand of his own. Just skims the whiskers there of Fabio Wardley, who has to stay focused. Dubois is still very, very dangerous. First shot of the contest, high on the head. Dubois on the seat of his pants. Unreal.
Well, we said that Wardley, we thought, would start fast to try and impose himself, and my word, did he ever. He got him with the first big punch of the fight. Dubois went down, and he's looking for another one. Huge right hand from Wardley, just whistled over the left shoulder of Dubois. Jab from Wardley, finds the target, misses with a big right hand. The two of them fall to the canvas as Wardley grabs hold of Dubois, who had him in a sort of almost like a rugby tackle. They were crashing to the canvas, and now the referee, Howard Foster, goes across to check that Fabio Wardley's okay.
Yeah, Wardley wasn't happy with that. Daniel Dubois looking for the big right hand. I told you there was going to be no feeling out process. 1 minute 30 seconds gone. Dubois been down, and both guys loading up. You hear the oohs and the ahs. As Fabio Wardley just skims the whiskers there of Daniel Dubois again. Don't blink is the right name, because someone is getting knocked out.
Less than 2 minutes has gone. Right hand from Wardley. Response with a right to the body from Dubois. Dubois misses with a shot to the body. Aims a big right hand. Wardley comes back with one of his own, and he's bullied back onto the ropes. Referee Howard Foster has to split them. One big punch could end this one. Wardley just misses with a chopping right hand. Good jab from Dubois. Wardley, gloves low, inviting the punches in from Dubois, who telegraphs a left-hand lead, and Wardley, gloves high now, almost swings himself off his feet with an attempted massive right hand.
Yeah, Dubois up on his toes, trying to put some spring in those legs. He's trying to flank take as well. Wardley again, loads up with a right hand. Daniel Dubois comes back, both guys tied up in the centre of the ring. The anticipation here is insane.
Only 15 seconds to go in an extraordinary opening round. Right hand from Wardley. One comes back from Dubois. It's almost impossible to describe every shot, but what we do know is that Dubois was on the canvas within the first few seconds of the round. An extraordinarily dramatic opening, and there goes the bell to end the first, which is going to go down as 10-8 to Fabio Wardley. Here's Paulie Malignaggi.
Let me tell you, Wardley has to be careful not to become a one-trick pony. He spent the remainder of that round trying to throw the exact same right hand that he scored the knockdown with the exception of a couple of step-back uppercuts, because Dubois is falling in a little bit. He's having trouble closing the last 6 to 8 inches to getting to his punching zone. He's falling in a little bit. He's falling into some clinches. Wardley kept trying to throw that same right hand. When they both went to the canvas, as a matter of fact, Dubois got underneath it and speared him in, and they both went to the canvas. So, you know, those are the adjustments that have to be made. Dubois has to get a little closer to let his power go. Wardley has to be a little bit more creative with that right hand and not load it up so much. He missed a lot of those shots. You see, he almost missed the one he got the knockdown with. He just grazed the top of the head, and down went Dubois.
He hardly connected. It was only a grazing shot.
Well, yeah, fighters get caught cold, but Paulie's right. A little one-dimensional there from Fabio Wardley. And the one shot he has thrown that was different was that right uppercut, which is dangerous because you leave your chin in the air and wide open for a right hand.
Second round underway. Left hand, right hand combination from Dubois. And he falls into Wardley, and the referee has to split them. Wardley aims the big right hand short of the target. Dubois, gloves held high now, trying to box his way in behind the left-hand lead, but he's waiting for Wardley. Wardley again short with the right hand. The chants go up for Fabio Wardley. No question the crowd is behind him en masse.
Yeah, Wardley's got to be careful he doesn't leave his feet behind when throwing the shot, so he's falling a little bit short and reaching in. Daniel Dubois, as we know, is heavy-handed with both hands. Wardley has to be careful he don't get caught on the counter here. Both guys going for it. Big right hand from Dubois.
Wardley takes it well, though. He does take a shot. Jab from Dubois into the body of Wardley. Wardley misses again with a wild, chopping overhand right. Good shot from Dubois. Wardley ducks low, evades it. 1 minute 15 seconds gone in the second round.
Yep. Daniel Dubois holding the centre of the ring. He's looking for Sam Wardley again. Narrowly misses with that right hand. But as Paulie Malignaggi has already pointed out, it is predictable. The jab, the right hand, we need to see a little bit of variety. Is Daniel Dubois starting to read that? Taking the steps back, creating the openings, and that's a right hand of his own.
Yeah, good right hand counter from Dubois. Now forces Wardley back onto the ropes, and his corner getting very excited. I can see Daniel Dubois' father in there shouting advice and getting very animated about what's going on, because Dubois is back into this round more, very much more than he was in the opener, using boxing. And his corner, his trainers were saying that he has the boxing ability, and a left hand good jab from Dubois and the right hand, and now it's Wardley who wants to hold on and stifle Dubois' work.
Yeah, Wardley looking a little bit unravelled here, looking a little bit uncomfortable. The rhythm's not quite there. Dubois is having a good moment in the contest. With 30 seconds to go in round number 2, this is a better round for Daniel Dubois.
First round was a big round for Fabio Wardley. This second round has been more perhaps in favour of Daniel Dubois. 15 seconds to go in this second. And he is now looking again for the big right hand, is Wardley. Feints to throw it. The jab taken on the gloves by Dubois, and again misses the chin of Dubois by fractions with a big right hand. We'll go into the Dubois corner now, where trainer Don Charles will be the voice you hear speaking to the fighter.
That's more right there. You can beat this guy with your jab alone. Are you hearing me? Yeah. You can beat him with your jab alone. But let's start doubling the jab down. Yeah. They don't have to be heavy. Don't be nervous, Daniel. Yeah. Keep your head on you. Yeah. Yeah? You don't go with your head down. Watch what the fuck you're doing. Yeah. You got this easy. Got that now. Yeah. Watch him. Get your jab fucking working and do what you do. Yeah.
Get rid of that fucking nerve.
Sorry about the language in the corner, and I'll come in now with Paulie Malignaggi for a slightly more measured interpretation.
Yes. Dubois seemed to make the slight adjustment I was asking for. He got a little bit closer before throwing his power shots and throwing his shots, and he was able to land for that reason. Wardley, on the other hand, more dangerously, still the one-trick pony, but also it's going to tire him out if he keeps missing these big shots. Those are the shots that tire you out when you catch air like that, right, Spencer? Big punches, Wardley keeps missing, Dubois keeps getting underneath those big overhand rights. It's all Wardley's trying. He's one-dimensional.
100%, and Wardley is starting to look a little tired, and we're only in round number 3 here. He's loading up for them shots, and it does take a lot out of you when you're hitting thin air.
I think the voice that you heard littered with profanities was not that of Don Charles, it was the voice of Daniel Dubois' father, who was up onto the ring apron and was bellowing his advice. Right hand from Wardley, taken on the goal. Great shot from Dubois. Wardley takes it well, and his knees didn't go, but it was a solid right hand from Daniel Dubois, and it might be that Wardley was really hurt by that. Is Dubois going to be able to follow up?
I tell you what, Daniel Dubois got himself in range now. He's finding that right hand. He's growing in confidence. You heard his father stand in the corner saying to him, get the confidence. Lose that, get the confidence. And it's registered with Daniel. That's the importance of his father. But big right hand.
Oh, down goes Dubois again for a second time. Great shot from Wardley. And Dubois up. He's going to be all right. The fight will continue, but Wardley knows he's got him, and he's going looking for him. He's going to try and end this fight right here, right now, in the 3rd round. It was a right hand again, which put him down, and he got up quickly. Dubois, did he get up too soon? Wardley almost swings himself off his feet with another right hand which whistled through thin air. Great shot that was.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. Daniel Dubois' legs went. He seems to have recovered. Fabio Wardley's got to be careful. He doesn't get over keen, too greedy in there, because Dubois still looks dangerous.
He certainly is dangerous. This is where fitness and conditioning takes its part. Wardley went looking for another big right hand, couldn't find the target, but he reckons that he's just one big punch. Oh, and a great shot from Dubois. Wardley, his legs stiffened momentarily, but he's taken it, and he goes away, backs away now.
Daniel's doing the right thing here, working behind the jab. He's creating the space himself. Wardley's looping the right hand over, falling short. And this action, real seesaw swinging one way, then the other. All Fabio's legs just seem to do a little dance as he was throwing his shot. Both guys are feeling it in there now.
15 seconds to go in this 3rd round, where there's been a knockdown for Fabio Wardley. Big right hand this time, goes through thin air from Dubois. Wardley, good jab, and a good jab comes back from Dubois. What a round, what a round. Wardley looks the more tired as he goes back to his corner. Again, a preemptive apology for language you might hear in the Dubois corner, but let's listen in.
Right, well, let's show up. Start working that jab, double it up, in and out. Don't stay there and don't fall in, okay? You got to keep your side here. Side, flip, in and out, then throw 1-2, and a left hook. You keep bending, you go throw 1-2, then a left hook. Yeah? Yeah. Are you hearing me? Yeah. Finish right. Give me some more feint. You're not fainting. Feint, then what? Yeah? Give me that water. Daniel, don't stop down. Yeah. Stay alert. Stay alert, Daniel. Let your hands go. Come on, man. Yeah? What on again? Come on, Chad.
Come on. Stay alert is the message.
You know, and that's the thing. You know, over the last round and a half, before that knockdown, Daniel Dubois was showing that he has more dimensions than Fabio Wardley, who's basically a one-trick pony. But can Dubois stay alert defensively, like they ask him in the corner? Can he have the defensive discipline? Because he has more dimensions to him. He starts to take advantage, but he cannot afford to keep getting hit with those right hands. Now, Wardley, if I thought Wardley was a one-trick pony before, now he's really not going to stop throwing the overhand right, because he's landed it twice and got 2 knockdowns.
He's looking for a massive right hand there, and now it's Dubois who comes forward and holds on. It's going to be 2 10-8 rounds that Fabio Wardley's got through knockdowns in the first round and in the third round. What a dramatic fight you're hearing with us here on talkSPORT.
Yeah, we always expected it. Oh, massive right hand! Dubois!
And another one, 2, but somehow Wardley stays upright. Wardley takes the shots, takes the best that Dubois can land.
Yeah, brilliant work there from Daniel Dubois, who's up on his toes. A new air of confidence, a laboured right hand from Fabio Wardley, misses with a left hook as well. You just feel that someone is going to land that big shot anytime soon. The chaos is real.
It's a question of who can take the shots as much as who can give them, and they were every bit as big as the punches that Wardley delivered to Dubois, but the difference there was that Wardley stayed on his feet. What a fabulous fight we've had so far. It might not be sweet science, but by God, there's some power.
Oh, both guys showing phenomenal power. Oh, right hand again there. How was Fabio Wardley taking that shot? Daniel Dubois found the range. The instructions from Don Charles in the corner. Double up on the jab. Let that right hand go, and it's working.
Well, now Wardley needs to regroup because this has been all Dubois in this round. He gets in with another short, chopping right hand, and he pushes his forearm into the face of Wardley, and the referee should be saying something about that. And is he cut? He's pushing, he's dabbing anxiously at his right eye. Fabio Wardley, 2 more big headshots from Dubois. This is a huge round for Dubois so far. Very much his best of the fight so far, and there's swelling as well around the left eye of Daniel Dubois.
Yeah, both guys seem to be cutting there. Fabio Wardley's the one who seems to be bothered though. Daniel Dubois, there's momentum with him at the moment. The work is good, the distance is good, working behind that jab. Wardley looks uncomfortable, looks unsettled in there right now.
But Dubois is blinking uncomfortably. His left eye is giving him trouble. Wardley will sense that and he'll go looking for it. Right hand from Dubois. The 2 huge men hold on, clinch on, and referee Howard Foster has to split them once more. Jab from Dubois. Last few seconds of the 4th round. And who's going to land the last big shots, and neither of them get through? Well, that had to be a Dubois round. This time we'll go into the Fabio Wardley corner and hear what instructions he's getting.
Into that body head. Show that jab into the space, throw to the body, right arm behind it. Okay. Getting under your right hand a lot, Lenny. Yeah. He's taking a step back. You shoot that jab to the body, you bring his head forward, you find the target. If you want to lose discipline with lead hand on your right. That's going to happen when you've lost discipline with your lead hand, right? So therefore, when it's down by your waist and then you jab, he's going to jab with you there. It's a lot harder for him to do that when you're blocking the path with assault and then jab, sometimes jab off of that as well, yeah? Sometimes a double in the eyes, then the right hand. Let's get closer.
Ben Davison with Fabio Wardley. Daniel Dubois got a couple of huge slaps across the face from his trainer. Nothing measured about the advice from Don Charles.
But when it did though, it came out motivated from him. I'm telling you what, they were 2 big, huge slaps. I looked at Paul Malignaggi, and I'll tell you what, I think that would have affected him, Daniel Dubois, but it's definitely revved him up.
Great jab from Dubois. Wardley took it flush. And now Dubois, you sense, is starting to gamble. He's really going looking for his man here. Good left hand from Dubois. And now it's Wardley who wants to hold on and just stifle Dubois for a moment or 2. And Wardley's right eye is starting to swell a little. No surprise there from some of these massive shots which have found the target. Good jab from Dubois. Wardley short of the target with a right hand. Good jab again from Dubois. Wardley is on the receiving end so far in this 5th round in the opening minute.
Yeah, that's the difference between these 2 at the moment. Is that jab of Daniel Dubois. He's finding the range and landing right hand. He's just looked at the corner there. He was caught with a shot. I'm not sure he was. Oh, both guys simultaneously throw the right hand. both connect. What a war we've got here.
Wardley looking for that big right hand again, which has had Dubois down twice in this fight already, in the opening round and in the third round. The other rounds have gone the way of Dubois. Wardley all the time is trying to tee off the right hand. Couple of jabs from Dubois, and he's just starting to allow his work rate to lessen here now, Fabio Wardley, and no great surprise in that. Solid right hand from Dubois. Left hand from Wardley. Dubois leans in, holds on. Wardley turns him, and the referee, Howard Foster, splits them minutes ago in the fifth.
Yeah, I tell you what, Wardley felt this weight in that one. You see him shake down to the sole of his boots, and somehow big jabs as well. Oh, big right hand from Dubois. Wardley falls back. Is he hard there?
Maybe he is. You just sense that Dubois is looking the stronger here in the fifth round. Many people thought the fight wouldn't go as far as this. Jab again from Dubois, and Wardley's gun shield's out. The referee stops the action, and Wardley will be given time. The gun shield will go back to the corner, will be rinsed and then replaced.
John, I'm not sure he spat that gun shield out, you know. I think he might need a breather there. He's looking desperately tired. Nose bleeding, eye bleeding. Dubois senses it. Big right hand from Dubois. Wardley on the ropes, looking uncomfortable. This is good moment here for Daniel Dubois.
And there's 20 seconds remaining. Is Dubois going to be able to capitalise on a tiring Fabio Wardley, who comes in behind his own jab, thinks twice about throwing the big right hand. Good jab from Dubois. Last 10 seconds of this fifth round, and Wardley's pushed back onto the ropes. This has to be another Daniel Dubois round. See the thoughts of Paulie Malignaggi.
I will tell you, I will reiterate a couple of points I made a couple of rounds ago. Wardley will get tired if he keeps loading up those big right hands. That's all he's doing. He's a one-trick pony, has not made any adjustments. Dubois, on the other hand, with great corner work, has made the adjustments. He's closed the gap a little bit before throwing his punches. He's shown himself to be the world-class fighter and make the adjustments, and he's shown himself to be have a separation from Wardley in these last few rounds. Aside from the knockdowns, Daniel Dubois is pretty much dominating this fight. He just has to stay disciplined, and I don't even know if Wardley has enough energy left to keep hurting Dubois if he even lands those right hands. But at this point, Dubois is more consistent at his landing, more consistently with more creative shots. He's setting him up off the simple jabs and then getting closer and landing the shots. One more thing, Howard Foster has to be careful with the forearms on the inside of Daniel Dubois. He's tried it a few times. The right eye of Wardley's a little bit swollen. It could also be from those forearms.
Here we go into the sixth round. Saw a slow motion of that gun shield coming out, and I'm not convinced that he did spit it out. I think it was involuntary. But here now comes Dubois, lands a body shot, left hook.
Yep, Dubois on the hunt again. Both guys looking bruised in there now, as they should be. Big shots have been going in from the opening bell. Good jab there from Dubois as he stands centre of the ring, sends the head back, sweat spraying of Fabio Wardley, and there's a tired look around him.
Body shot coming in from Dubois. Wardley clenched under the arm, and the action underway again. Who's going to be able to assert themselves at this point, and perhaps inevitably the speed and the drama is just starting to lessen slightly at this stage as Wardley misses again with a right hand.
Yeah, there's a better look around Daniel Dubois at the moment, who's got centre of the ring, and he seems to have found the range better. Wardley looking for something on the outside, misses again with that right hand, the only shot that he's been throwing. Right hand lands from Daniel Dubois though, that takes it back. Fabio Wardley grabs hold, looks to nick a breather.
Yep, looking to pace himself a little bit in the sixth round here. Most people, I think, thought the fight would be over by this point. Couple of jabs from Dubois, scoring shots. And again, the defence of Wardley is found to be wanting. Another jab from Dubois. Lands a big right hand, and they know that Wardley was hurt by that. His corner, Dubois' corner, getting excited and animated.
Yeah, again, Wardley dabs away at that eye. That's giving him problems. 1-2 from Dubois. The eye bleeding badly from Fabio. 1-2 left hook goes in again. The nose is split as well. The old scar that's happened. He's looking banged up, feeling sorry for himself in there. And Dubois sends misses it.
And he's going looking for him with a minute to go in this 6th round. Will he be able to find punches to put Wardley down at last? Remember, Dubois has been down twice. Wardley wants to hold on, wants to take seconds away from Dubois. Blood is flowing from his nose. Wardley looking beaten up on that far side of the ring. Referee says to Daniel Dubois, what's the use of your head? Wardley's fighting on instinct, takes another solid left-hand lead and a left hook. And Dubois going looking for him. Can he put him down with 20 seconds to go in the 6th round? Phenomenal effort here from Dubois. Big right hand blocked by Wardley. Wardley misses with a left hook. Comes off the rope with a right hand and another. They're fighting on instinct now. This is brutal, absolutely brutal. And it's Dubois who's getting the better of it. Last few seconds of the round. Adam and Gareth pick the bones out of that. Adam.
That was absolutely incredible heavyweight action into the 6th round, and these two boys are throwing some serious leather. Listen, Fabio Wardley is just purely surviving now on will alone. Daniel Dubois got behind his jab, he's got on his boxing, he started to piece him up, and he started to connect and find that range, Gareth.
Off there, you and I were talking about Fabio being dangerous still in those first 4 rounds. The last 2 rounds, Daniel's boxing skills have really come to the fore. He's levels above Fabio in terms of his boxing, but Fabio will come out and throw his hand still. He still goes, but he's very close to the end, in my view. Wardley should get finished by Dubois in this round. That's what they should be telling him.
You can sense the sand running out of the hourglass of Wardley. He's out of ideas, he's less energetic, he's backing up, so even when he lands big right hands, now that even if he lands them, they're not going to have as much power on them, as Dubois is on the front foot firmly.
7th round, and Dubois going looking for him straight away from the opening seconds. 2 big right hands from Dubois, rocks Wardley back onto the ropes yet again. He slumps forward. Dubois looking for uppercuts. Wardley's still in there though, as blood flows from his damaged nose. Wardley coming forward, but he's walking into punches from Dubois. Right hand, left hand, and Wardley just soaks them up.
Yeah, he's not a lot left here from Fabio Wardley. I don't think the face is looking terrible. He's fighting on instinct. Daniel Dubois piling on the pressure. Misses with a 1-2. Fabio Wardley's face is a complete mess, a mask of red.
That old injury on the bridge of his nose has opened up yet again, and Dubois is up on his toes, looking to work in behind the jab and create more openings. Good body shot from Wardley, and what a fighting heart this man has got. He might not have the most technique, he might not have the sweetest skills, but what a fighting heart he has. But here comes Dubois again, right hand, left hand to the head.
Yeah, Dubois has really been good tonight, consistent, pushing forward, making Fabio Wardley work when he doesn't want to work, walking through the fire as well, as he just wings a right hand in. Daniel Dubois dips under that one, but both guys now, this is becoming a psychological battle as well as a physical one. They're both feeling the pace here.
It's going to be a question of fighting heart. Who wants it as much as stamina? Forget technique. This is pure blood-curdling savagery in there. Who's going to find the punches to end this one? And Dubois, I have to say, looks the most likely at the moment. Good right hand again from Dubois. Somehow Wardley stays upright.
Yeah, how does Wardley take that right in the head? I was going to say send the sweat spraying, but send the blood spraying. As I said, the face is a mask of red. Daniel Dubois pushing forward, looking for one more shot. Can Fabio find that shot, that equaliser? Daniel again, centre of the ring. 1-2 goes in. Fabio comes back to the right.
A lot of blood on the pale blue shirt of the referee, Howard Foster. No surprise, because it's really flowing out of the nose, the cut nose of Fabio Wardley. He misses with 2 big right hands, goes looking for an uppercut as well, and the crowd respond because Wardley is digging deep and finding big punches. He landed an uppercut in there, and a terrific uppercut it was, but Dubois takes it, and the referee side there and stopping the action.
I thought Harold Foster heard the bell, and I thought I heard it too, honestly. Then when he let them get back, the bell did ring again. I'm not sure. I think Harold Foster correctly thought the round was over.
That's going to be a round for Dubois, though, Spencer.
Yeah, big round for Dubois, but Fabio Wardley come back at the end. You know what? He was feeling sorry for himself, but as Paulie Malignaggi would tell you, sometimes you've got to fight through the fire, and he seemed to get a second win there, Paulie. It's like, right, it's all bust. And that's what way you're going to go.
Spencer, let me tell you, I've been asking this guy to shorten up his punches. You know what it took? It took for him to be exhausted to finally shorten up his punches. He started landing punches at the end of the round on Dubois, and that was the reason he had a good end of the round.
Quickly into the Wardley corner.
Do not be fucking stay low. Don't bring your head up high.
Ben Davison quietly trying to inspire him as we go into the 8th round. And now on my card, Daniel Dubois is ahead, but Wardley finished that round strongly. Almost impossible to believe you were seeing it the way he rallied.
Yeah, absolutely. Paulie summed it up. He was working on the inside. The short range started working for him. Instead of winging them shots, wasting the energy, he let some short uppercuts go, and he got some success. Big jab there from Wardley as well. Can't believe we're in round number 8. I didn't think we would get here, but both guys, do not question these guys' hearts. I don't want to hear it about Daniel Dubois again. He's shown character in there tonight.
I didn't think we were going to see round 4 or 5, never mind round 8. Dubois lands another big jab which sends spray flying back off the head of Wardley, who flat-footed goes back into his own corner, aims a big right hand, missed, and Dubois punished him with a right-hand counter into the body. There's a right hand from Dubois, and another. Wardley holds on. Great shots from Dubois. How is Wardley taking all this?
That's the million-dollar question. How is Fabio Wardley taking this? Daniel Dubois is one of the heaviest-handed heavyweights out there right now. Paulie Malignaggi, give me some answers. How is he taking those shots?
I tell you, man, he's showing a tremendous chin tonight. Some of them he's kind of riding with. He's got a little bit of athleticism, but nonetheless, with that much exhaustion, these shots should be hurting him more. Maybe it's Dubois who's also tired, and there's not as much sting on his shots anymore.
Who's going to be able to land the big shots in the second half of this 8th round? Dubois had the better of the first 90 seconds. And now, again, Wardley looking dog-tired on the far side in front of those ropes. Fakes to throw a right hand, thinks better of it, then does throw it, misses by a distance. And there are 2 very tired men in there now, Spencer.
Listen, Fabio Wardley, we know has a lot of character, we know he has a lot of heart, he doesn't lose soul. He's a rare breed, but there's only so much you can take. There's a checkout point for everyone. Wardley's not far away from that right now. Let me tell you that.
I'm telling you, they both should go to the body. Both are tired.
We'll see. A couple of jabs from Dubois. Wardley, gloves held low. He's trying to give himself space to round up for a massive right hand. But it's a right hand from Dubois which gets in as the referee has to get between them again. And he has a very, very close look at Fabio Wardley. I think Howard Foster thinks that Fabio Wardley is just about done here. Takes the right hand and nearly goes down, staggered back, and there's still 15 seconds to go in this 8th round. The left jab from Dubois was on the target into the last 10, and Wardley trying to keep his gloves up, takes an uppercut from Dubois and a right cross, and Dubois finishes it strongly, and Wardley goes back to his corner, very, very tired, and we'll listen in to what advice can be given then. That was a Dubois round.
Let me just get that nose, Rob. Let's try and get off first a bit more, Fab, yeah? Whether that's a low feint, whether that's a jab off the stool. You're looping that right hand, he's getting underneath it too much. Try a bit straighter, yeah?
You create more time and space with that. Stay disciplined with that. Keep your feet, that sets everything up.
That's right.
Every time you sit up, your weight on your front leg, your lead hand, it's going to get off. More time and space with that. 10 seconds, boys.
Well, we're standing a long way back, or sitting a long way back from the ringside tonight. Wasn't too happy about it when I arrived, but the way the blood's spraying around now, and the referee is taking Wardley to a neutral corner where the doctor is being asked to take a look at him. The right eye is very, very swollen. His nose is cut. Blood is pouring from it. He's got a smear of grease, and the referee is having a close look and listening to what the doctor is going to say here. Wardley's nose appears to be broken, and I think they're going to allow it to continue. They are, and you can hear what the crowd make of it. They're absolutely delighted.
Yeah, but look what it's done for Daniel Dubois. He's up on his toes. He knows he's only moments away from recapturing this world title. Fabio Wardley's face is a mess. He looks dog-tired. He needs to find something from somewhere. But you just feel Dubois is moments away here, and Wardley now fighting with desperation.
Wardley was told by his corner, you've got to be first, you've got to dictate, and he's trying to do precisely that. Landed an uppercut, aims a right cross. Dubois pushes him away, and Wardley gets him in an arm lock, and a passionate and biased, I have to say, crowd are roaring on Fabio Wardley here in this 9th round. But Dubois is surely ahead on the cards now. Yeah, Wardley comes forward, misses another right hand.
Yes, desperation now in Fabio Wardley's work. Just throwing the 1-2s, missing widely, hoping that Dubois jumps onto something. Jab from Wardley, big right hand from Dubois. Again, Dubois goes for it. Referee takes a look.
And what bravery from both men. Remember, Dubois come up and got up from 2 knockdowns, and Wardley has taken punch after punch, massive headshots from Dubois, and he lands a jab of his own now, which thuds into the head of Dubois. Dubois gets in with his own left hand. The crowd's chanting, Fabio Wardley, Fabio Wardley. 2 more jabs from the Ipswich man, wearing the colours of his beloved Ipswich Town tonight.
Yeah, fighting on instinct in there now, Fabio Wardley. Dubois holding something in the ring, looking for something. One more shot will end this one. The bravery from the champion Fabio Wardley is quite remarkable. Rocky style in there right now.
He's turned so many fights around from seemingly... Great shot from Wardley, and Dubois takes it on the chin, and back comes Dubois with one of his own. Wardley's looking to find him. Right hand from Dubois, and another one, and the left. The referee's looking very closely. He's poised. He might stop Wardley here, but Wardley comes back with a right to the body. 30 seconds to go. Insane drama here in this round. Big right hand from Dubois, and surely the referee has to step in and end this one.
How has the referee not stopped this one? Fabio Wardley is completely gone. He's done. The referee is giving him every chance, every lifeline. The face is a mess. The 10-second clacker goes. Is it going to be enough?
The last few seconds of an extraordinary round. Stop boxing, he said. And Dubois goes back to his corner, but Wardley almost falls back into his corner and onto his stool, where he gets desperately needed attention, and surely whatever they can do in that corner now is going to be too late.
The crazy thing is he's so spent that you almost want to stop the fight, but then right before that last barrage, he landed a good right hand that hurt Dubois before that final flurry of exchanges. He's actually hurt. He actually got Dubois' attention good. So it's very tough. It's a very tough fight to stop because there's momentum going both ways, mostly in Dubois' favor, but it's hard to stop a competitive guy. But you also think maybe the corner should stop him, Wardley, regardless. I'm starting to wonder myself.
Well, the crowd are watching replays, and you can hear the oohs and ahs behind me as I speak. And that's the crowd reacting to savage blows inflicted by both men. We go into the 10th. And body language alone, Dubois looks the likely winner, and the referee has called timeout, and he's asking for the doctor again, and it might be that Wardley now has had enough, and I think the referee thinks that it should be called off.
Listen, they've got to stop this now. Fabio Wardley doesn't want to continue. He's just showing a gladiator of himself. himself in there. He's completely gone. The eye's swollen. It's gone. The legs have got even more importantly.
No legs. Forget the eye, forget the cut. He's got no legs. Forget about all that. He has absolutely no legs. You got to stop it. He's got too much heart for his own good. It's going to get dangerous. He's taking a lot of clean shots. I need this fight to stop.
He's going to allow it to go on.
I'm worried for Wardley right now, guys.
Yeah, I'm with you, Paulie. I'm worried. Fabio Wardley right now, he's in a terrible state. This fight should be over.
It's going on, though, here in the 10th round. Has Wardley got something special yet to somehow turn this around? The crowd are trying to inspire him. Up on his toes, Daniel Dubois lands a right hand, and Wardley, looking dog-tired, has to absorb yet another brutal headshot.
Yeah, big work again from Daniel Dubois. He's holding centre of the ring up on his toes. He knows it's close, very close. Fabio Wardley, nothing left, legs are rocky. The referee Howard Foster breaks them up, takes another close look. I think he's only wounds away. One good shot here could end this, guys.
Crazy thing
So we've said, oh, there it is, big right hand. Wardley looked as though he was almost out on his feet, but he holds on to Dubois and buys precious seconds. And again, Howard Foster allows the action to continue. Left hook from Dubois. Wardley holds on in desperation, on an instinct.
Referee Howard Foster is looking very, very closely at Fabio here as he throws a 1-2, puts Daniel in the back. Is this the last hurrah? The last roll of the dice? Jab back from Dubois. Wardley on rocky legs again. Oh, big uppercut.
Misses with a wild right hand, Wardley. Now forward comes Dubois. Wardley ducks into him, trying to give space to throw something. Throw a big, desperate right hand, but his body just won't respond to the demands of his mind. A minute to go in the 10th round. Wardley misses with a right hand, short of the target. Dubois was able to see it, measure it, and allow it to whistle through thin air. Good counter from Dubois, right hand, and his corner urging him forward to end this one now.
I'll tell you guys, Dubois is also spent. He's very unweary himself.
Yeah, he's punching through treacle now, Daniel Dubois as well. He's showing a lot of character.
He's spent. I mean, it's just that Wardley's absolutely exhausted, but it makes you not realize how tired Dubois is actually really tired. It's just Wardley's absolutely exhausted.
This has been a brutal fight. We're in the 10th round. I don't think anybody realistically thought it would go as far as that.
None of us did, John, if I'm totally honest, and what they've both been through, they've both been landing some big shots. And 10-second cracker goes, body shot goes in. Fabio Wardley's hurt from that. Oh, big right hand.
And he takes it on the chin, Wardley. And the two go back to their corners, both of them dog-tired. And this time, we'll listen into the corner of Daniel Dubois.
What you're doing is all you got to do. He's swinging for dear life. Don't be there. So when you're here, don't be here. In. Then move your head. Then throw it. Yeah? Okay? We're almost there, baby. We're almost there. Grind it. Do not give it to him. He's looking to swing one. You're doing good, baby. I'm so proud of you. There's no regrets tomorrow. It's got to be today. Yeah. We're walking back with that bell. You hear me? Yes. Good. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Jab, Daniel. Jab. We need it.
Don Charles realising that the race is almost run, and Fabio Wardley very, very slow to get up off his stool in his corner, in the blue corner on the far side of the ring. And incredibly, we go now into the 11th round. What has Wardley got left, if anything? Another big right hand from Dubois. First scoring shot of the round.
Yeah, good work from Dubois early. Both guys simultaneously laid the jab. Wardley is desperately tired here. Howard Foster's taking a close look. Oh, that's it. That's got to be over.
Howard Foster stopped it. Right hand and two left hands. Wardley is bitterly disappointed, but it's the right decision. Howard Foster ends it. Wardley's in tears of disappointment, and Dubois, his cornermen, have invaded the ring, and scenes of wild celebration from those in the black vest.
Do they still give oxygen ringside in England? Do they still give oxygen? Wardley should be administered oxygen, I think, just to play it safe. I think he should be administered oxygen. But I remember in England they used to administer oxygen at the KO losses.
Well,
Is it still ringside?
1,000,000% Pauline, he will be taken to hospital. He needs to be put under...
Spencer, I understand. He needs oxygen right now. I think they should get him oxygen right now, just in case. You stop the fight. I hope they have oxygen ringside. They used to always have it in England, which is something I like that the States don't have. I hope they have oxygen ringside for him.
Yeah, they will definitely have oxygen ringside for him, and I'm sure they're going to get that in. The celebrations go on from Daniel Dubois and the team. Fabio Wardley.
I don't see oxygen. There it is. I see somebody walking in. They got to get it on him.
Yeah, thankfully they brought that oxygen in now. The celebrations continue. Daniel Dubois becomes a two-time world heavyweight champ. What a performance from Daniel Dubois, John, but what a heroic performance from Fabio Wardley.
Paramedics are in there giving him treatment and giving him oxygen, and unsurprisingly, he looks absolutely spent. And for me, the referee could have ended that fight significantly earlier than he did.
I am humbled by the effort of these two guys tonight. I am absolutely humbled. I'm telling you, what I just watched was an absolute war of attrition. These guys dug down so much. I'm absolutely humbled. I cannot even put into words how much credit I got to give the warrior spirit of these guys tonight. I just worry for their health now, especially Wardley. Even Dubois went through a lot in tonight's fight. It's got to be given credit. Hopefully they're tending to him as well. I know he's celebrating, but primarily Wardley needs attention right now regardless. Tons of credit to these two guys. I'm absolutely humbled by what I just watched.
Yeah, totally agree with Paulie Malignaggi there. Fabio Wardley, Daniel Dubois, take a bow. What a performance. That will go down in heavyweight history as one of the great fights. Both guys showed so much character. A real rocky story from Fabio Wardley, from, you know, his life into boxing, white-collar boxing, getting to where he got to, winning a world title. Daniel Dubois equally, but they both left it all in the ring for us. 18,000 strong crowd here at the Co-op Live Arena. Boy, edge of your seat action.
There must be 50 or 60 people in that ring at the moment. Impossible to see very much of what's going on. Fabio Wardley, I think, is still getting a bit of treatment, but he's back to his feet now and makes his way across to Daniel Dubois, and the two of them hug, and they'll never forget that. In years to come, when they look back, they'll have, I think, probably blurred memories of what's happened, but they got it.
Let's get into the ring. Gareth A. Davis is speaking to Stan Dubois.
I am speaking to Stan Dubois. We're outside the ring right here, where Stan's been sitting for the whole fight. What a moment for you tonight.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. We started off on rocky grounds, but then...
Gareth, I'm going to come back to you because I don't want to miss this moment. This is the crowning moment of a two-time world champion.
Your winner by way of technical knockout, and new WBO heavyweight champion of the world, Triple D, Daniel Dynamite Dubois.
There you have it, Daniel Dubois, two-time heavyweight champion of the world. Gareth, back to you. You're with his dad.
Yeah, we couldn't miss that announcement, Stan, could we?
No, unbelievable. What a fight, yeah? It's got to be the fight of the year.
Oh, there's no question about that. What were you going through while... Because Fabio was still dangerous, even though he's being marinated and beaten up.
Off the Fabio, he's a warrior. He's a proper warrior. He was so busted up, and he was trying to the end. I'll take me out of him.
You sit here in the corner, Daniel looks over to you, you are his pillar of strength. That's what I believe anyway. What do you go through when he's going through that round after round after round?
Just trying to hold myself together, really, and not lose the plot.
Are you emotional tonight?
Sorry?
Are you emotional?
Very emotional.
What does it mean to the family for him to become a two-time heavyweight champion of the world?
It's wonderful. It's history-making. It's unbelievable.
you have a gathering before the next one or not?
A gathering with what? You're invited. They're all invited.
Thanks, Stan. Congratulations. Cheers, brother.
Let's get in the ring. Daniel Dubois is addressing the crowd here in Manchester.
That you are, sir. And you're also a heavyweight world champion. Again, what does it feel like to have a nice, shiny belt to go home with again?
Great. You know, I thank Fabio for a great fight, man. I thank this team, and, you know, we move on now. But thank God. It's all glory to God, man, for this victory.
So many good things you've done in the ring. The best thing, I think, was your jab. Your jab, everyone says your jab's like a right hand. It has that much power on it. Was that the key to victory today, landing that jab?
I had to pull out of the bag and rely on it and use all my my skills, and yeah, what a great fight, what a great battle, man. But I'm number one again.
That you are. We're going to get to what next in a second. Normally, when you land those big right hands, fighters go down. Was you surprised that he was able to take those big right hands of yours?
Yeah, he's a durable guy, you know. He's a durable fighter, a great warrior. I thank you for a great fight, man. It was an honor to be in the ring with him.
So many what next options for you. Yeah. You could do that again. I think everyone would want to see that again. The WBO mandatory is Moses Itama.
Yeah.
Alexander Usyk said he'll fight the winner. What do you want to do next, Daniel? The world is yours again now. Now you have this belt. What is it you want next?
I want to grow from this fight, improve, and come back even better and go in the ring as champion again.
I love it. Let me bring in Frank. Frank, he said it's going to be a good one. That wasn't a good one, Frank. That was a great one. That's one of the greatest heavyweight fights, as I said, I've ever seen. I mean, I don't know what you're thinking ringside watching it, but that just had everything. It was Hagler-Hearns, but all the way, not just 3 rounds.
It was amazing. These two guys showed such heart, both of them. Great heart.
We'll hopefully hear from Frank Warren a little bit later on in the programme, but right now Gareth A. Davies is ringside with head trainer Don Charles.
I am indeed with Don Charles, an emotional Don Charles. Tell us about your feelings right now in the fight.
It's not very often I'm speechless. You know I talk a lot, but I talk a lot of facts. Keep believing in God, keep trusting in the Most High. He will never let you down. Never let you down.
Daniel didn't let you down tonight as well. You gave him a rollicking at times in the corner. He stayed on the game.
Nobody could ever question this young man again. Yeah? All that quitting nonsense. Nobody will ever question him again.
2-time heavyweight champion of the world under you.
It sounds good, doesn't it?
It does.
There's more to come. There's more to come. We were in there with a very dangerous fighter in the name of Fabio Wardley. He should be proud of himself.
And when you talk about quitting and the accusations, there was no quitting him till he couldn't go on anymore.
Absolutely. What a fight. What a fight.
You spoke to me in the week and you said Daniel's going to outbox him and he's going to bust him up. And he started to do that from round 4 onwards.
Absolutely. At times, we got involved in what falling into Fabio's hands. We fell into his trap by being there. The whole idea is to keep your amateur discipline, because Fabio didn't do amateur, so we needed to box as an amateur tonight. At times Daniel was doing it. When he started doing it, we started getting success.
Obviously, you'll enjoy yourself.
For a reason. I want to say, listen, I don't want to make this about race or other narratives. My father is the first black British heavyweight champion coach, and it's now 2-time. I love this man to death. I'm so proud of him. He's everything in my life.
This one's going out to all my family and to my grandchildren, Elijah and Hendrix, and their beautiful mother, Amy.
Let's get Daniel in as well. Daniel, let's get you in. What a fight, Daniel. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I love that. Thank Fabio for a great night. I love that. What a warrior.
20,000 people in here loved what you did tonight. Is that you at your best?
I don't know if that was my best, but it was the confidence I needed coming back from a loss.
From a loss, exactly.
2-time heavyweight champion of the world at 28. How does it feel?
Legendary status, man. Legendary.
What do you want to do next?
Beat all.
Go home, relax.
Yeah.
We have a meeting as a family, and we'll let you know.
There we go. You heard it.
Great performance, and you thrilled us tonight. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Great warrior, man. Love sharing the ring with Fabio.
Nobody could ever question him again, ever.
We won't question him. Cheers. Back to you guys.
An emotional Don Charles with the two-time heavyweight champion of the world, Daniel Dubois, ringside there with Gareth A. Davies. Truly sensational fight. Both men come out of it with an incredible amount of credit. I do worry for the longevity and where Fabio Wardley's at and what that takes out of him, that type of fight. But from a Daniel Dubois point of view, let's keep it on a positive. Don's right. There's no more questions now.
Listen,
that was sensational. He got off the deck twice.
People got to remember the kid's only 28 years of age. Do you know what I mean? He's still developing, he's still growing as a fighter, you know, not just physically, but mentally. And I think that he showed that character and he showed that experience in there. You know, he knew when to turn it on. He took a few shots, he knew how to suck it up. And for me, Paulie, you know, I think we saw a new, improved Daniel Dubois, a guy who is getting better. You know, no sort of victories will take him to another level. I think they do have to stop questioning the kid's heart now.
Okay, so I'll give a different take. We've seen Dubois show heart in the Ergovich fight, in the Jarrell Miller fight, even a little bit in the AJ fight, you know. So I think it's more so he's very difficult to predict. You know, he's hit or miss, and tonight he was a hit. Tonight he was a hit. I mean, he's going to be hit or miss. I don't say, oh, okay, you got to stop criticizing. You got to give him credit tonight. Tonight was an unbelievable performance by him to gut through this more so than Wardley. They both fought till they had nothing left. So you got to give him credit. But with Dubois, he's still, to me, he's still unpredictable. He's still unpredictable. I don't know. But I don't know if he's improving, like Spencer said, but he deserves all the credit in the world for the victory tonight.
He's blooming entertaining, and the man that's looking after him is Frank Warren, and he's with Gareth A. Davies.
Wow, Frank Warren, wow. Isn't that one of the most thrilling heavyweight fights we've ever seen?
It is. I mean, in recent years, the third fight with Tyson against Deontay Wilder, that was amazing. This was, I mean, as good as, if not better. I mean, these guys showed all the courage, gut, heart, and I never want to hear anybody talk about Daniel Dubois' heart ever again. He gritted his teeth tonight and showed what he can do, as did Fabio, who was a true warrior. You know, it was just watching it. I mean, he literally couldn't blink the way they were throwing those bombs. And they got tired. They both got tired because they put so much work and effort into it. You know, every punch you throw, they're trying to knock it. There was no like feeling them out. They were just letting the shots go, and that could be very, very draining. But you know, it was a brilliant fight. It was exciting, and for me, this is one of the best shows I've ever put on.
For the first 4 rounds, it was a heavyweight Hagler-Hearns, wasn't it? And then Daniel's brilliant skills took over against, like you say, the heart, the courage, the bravery of Fabio Wardley, who literally, there's something in him that doesn't allow him to stop.
Well, it doesn't, does it? I mean, a couple of times you thought he'd have gone down, but he didn't. He was up. Same as Daniel. I mean, he caught Daniel with some big shots. I mean, you look, I see some, because we've got a TV set at the side there, watching the replays in between rounds, and some of the shots they took. I mean, honestly, anybody else would have been knocked out.
What's the roadmap now, then, in your mind? Now, Moses is here tonight, Ajit Kabayel, we've heard from them on the show. What's the roadmap for you right now?
The roadmap is there's quite a few heavyweight fights happening in the next few months, and that would determine where we go. There is a rematch clause, but I don't think that'll be happening anytime soon. They're going to be out the ring for a little while, yeah.
Probably 6 months at least.
Oh yeah, they'll have them.
So you'd like, just to recap it, you'd like Ajit Kabayel to get Alexander Usyk if he beats Rico
Cates.
Yeah. So let the heavyweight division move with all these youngsters come through. Thank you very much. The show has delighted us tonight. It's extraordinary.
Told you not to blink.
Thank you.
It was absolutely sensational. Frank Warren there, catching up with Gareth A. Davies. The roadmap in the heavyweight division is extremely exciting. Now, I know we've got Usyk's fight coming up in a couple of weeks' time with Rico Verhoeven for whatever, but Ajit Kabayel, Moses Itama, the two lads that we've seen this evening, my days, man. We've got some exciting possibilities on the horizon.
Yeah, the heavyweight division is really, you know, giving us some fun fights of late. You know, it's people always call for the heavyweight fights of yesteryear, but we got some good action in the heavyweight division tonight. Was just breathtaking. absolutely breathtaking.
It was wild. Forget when people are talking about boxing IQ and all that. Ultimately, when boxing fights get tough, it comes down to that mental battle, that psychological battle. All the skills go out the window. Both guys show bags of that in there. That will go down in history as a memorable fight for so many reasons. That was an incredible thing. What we'll say about this heavyweight division right now is take Alexander Usyk out of the equation. There's no real dominant force in there, so you'll see these belts chopping and changing, different champions coming over and over. But when you have fights that are sort of 50-50, 60-40, Paulie, that's what we get. That's what it serves up.
Yeah, terrific generation of heavyweights. But when you want to wonder about Usyk's place in history, this is an exciting heavyweight division, and Usyk is still head and shoulders above the rest of them. So he needs to be given credit in the overall historical heavyweight picture. But this current heavyweight division, tons of fun fights can still possibly be made. These guys need a well-deserved break, though, I'll tell you.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do indeed. As do you, my friend. You've got an important week yourself. All the best with this week. We look forward to seeing you doing your thing next
Saturday
weekend.
at the AO Arena. Everybody tune in.
There you go.
I'll be looking for a world championship in BKB.
There you go. Live on talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Make sure you're checking that out. John Rowland, Spencer Oliver, thank you very much for your company this evening. Superb as always. Gareth Ed Davies too. Daniel Dubois, heavyweight champion of the world for a second time. 28 years old, a two-time world heavyweight champion. And when the lights are brightest and the doubters are loudest, when the narrative has been written against him, Daniel Dubois finds a way to write his own ending. This man has been through the fire. He has been beaten and broken and written off, and he has backed up every single time. Tonight, against the undefeated world champion on British soil, he reminded every single one of us why we fell in love with him in the first place. Explosive, relentless, dangerous, dynamite. His name is Daniel Dubois. On behalf of everybody here at talkSPORT Fight Night, thank you very much for joining us. What an honour it has been to be in the presence of what we've witnessed this evening. We'll be back, but tonight belongs to one man, Daniel Dubois. Catch you next time.